this. We appreciate you for coming online. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. First and foremost, is that the security protocol and the housekeeping, they're supposed to give us an address, but I'm just trying to cite them. I cannot see them around. Maybe we are going to skip that for now, and we're going to just go to the welcome address. So the welcome address will be taken by our own personal, one and only chairman, the chairman of ISN Products Nigeria Limited, Mr. Ben Ofongu. Please, a round of applause as he comes up to the stage.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you eventually started. Yeah. Thank you very much, everyone. Good morning. I must say that when I was told the number of people who have shown interest in this, I was quite pleased that there's a growing interest in quality assurance in laboratory medicine and in lab work.
Yeah.
So I agreed that I'll be here today just out of interest, because I'm really very keen to see what's happening in the lab space, sort of. I'm glad at the number of people I've seen so far, and I'm also glad at the people who will be joining us online. It shows that this interest that ISN Products is spearing is catching on, and there will be a point where everybody in the lab will like to think quality assurance at every minute when they are doing their work. That's exactly what we are hoping for. So we must continue, no matter how difficult, in emphasizing having programs like this where quality assurance will be the theme of the day and everybody will be geared up towards thinking about it. We're all aware of the issues in quality assurance in laboratories. The fact that results from different laboratories on the same specimen can have so much divergent results show that there is still work to be done. And in some cases, those who can afford it send their specimens to 1 or 2 labs so that they will not have an idea what they are working with. We want to work in a situation where labs will be so accredited that their results are taken as final and their results are regarded as foolproof. That's exactly what we've tried to do. That's what we'll be doing. And I'm sure that this continuous awareness in quality control is what we are hoping to address all the time here. I must commend the ISN people for taking the trouble all the time to organize this. And we hope laboratories in Nigeria will appreciate this and know that there must be a time when we can now start accrediting labs and making them feel that once you are accredited, certain standards are expected of you and you must uphold it. We've even taken the trouble of bringing down both the Director General of Nigerian National Accreditation Committee to this, our summit, to tell us all about accreditation, which is what we are all hoping to achieve in this summit. And I also understand that we have a representative of the registrar of the institute here. We will continue with these small steps until the victory is achieved, and the victory is having labs that are relied on all over the world coming from Nigeria. That's what we intend to achieve, and that's what I'm sure everybody here wants to appreciate. We will continue to spearhead this. ISM must continue to spearhead this. Let it be our corporate social responsibility that we are trying to really help labs in Nigeria have the same standards as any international lab anywhere in the world. And the program of educating our customers will continue. Small step by small step, we will get there. We will have that victory. I thank you all for listening and for coming today, and I hope we'll have an enjoyable time. I hope Chinyere will have something to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. A round of applause for Shani. Okay, to continue the welcome address, I just found out that the security protocol, they are around, but we'll just complete the welcome address. And I'm going to be inviting on stage. Oh, sorry. So I'm going to be inviting on stage our own personal person, our Chief Financial Officer, Mrs. Chinyere Wokolo. Please, as she walks up. Are you guys cool? Appreciate her. I know that the place is cold, but please just shake it off. Shake it off.
Okay, I can hold it. All right, good morning, everyone. I'm happy to welcome you all here. Without much ado, because the chairman has already introduced the program, I'll just take us through, what we're trying to achieve by this summit, right? The Director General, National Accreditation System, NINAS, the Registrar, who is ably represented by the Deputy Registrar, the Medical Laboratory Science Council of Nigeria, MLSCN, the Lagos Chapter President, Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria, AMLSN, dignitaries from medical facilities across the country, our esteemed customers and viewers online. It's my profound honor to welcome you all on behalf of the management of ISN Medical to this summit, of course. Quality is an intrinsic proof of who we are at ISN, and that's from our products, the staff we hire, and every aspect of our business is aimed at being the best in class for one reason, and that reason is because we believe a patient is at the receiving end of our value chain.
But I'll see other opportunities.
So we do all we can, right, to make sure that our patients receive the best quality care. And we do this in many ways through our vibrant customer base of medical institutions who are represented here and online. It's on this premise that the Quality Assurance Summit, the ISN Quality Assurance Summit, was instituted to promote quality laboratory practice by creating a forum for national discourse about quality in the medical laboratory space. And then this program, this year's program is the 6th edition, and it's themed Demystifying ISO 15189. ISO 15189 is the required standard for quality and competence in medical laboratories. It's employed to create quality management systems, verify or recognize the proficiency of medical laboratories by the laboratories that they serve, as well as by regulatory and accreditation agencies. It's viewed globally as a mark of quality in medical lab practice. ISO 15189 is rapidly emerging as a true global standard for medical laboratories. However, it still causes a lot of confusion and debate. There's a lot of confusion over its purpose and requirements. The application of this standard has also proven difficult for many laboratories, and that's why we're here. Therefore, demystifying ISO 15189 is the focus of this year's ICAS, which is the ISN Quality Assurance Summit. Please sit back and interact with our distinguished speakers and panelists as they take us through the journey of demystifying this ISO standard, the 15189. Finally, I would like to appreciate our partners, the Nigerian National Accreditation System, NINAS, the Medical Laboratory Science Council of Nigeria, MLSCN, the Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria, AMLSN, the media, and everyone who is present, thank you all for your support, and have a nice time at the program.
Thank you, CFO. Thank you for that wonderful speech. Who knows what demystify means? Everybody just said demystify. Some people don't know the meaning of demystify. Who knows what demystify? Demystify means clearly understand, right? To make easier and to make clearer. So that's what it's about. We want to break it down. We want to break the ISO 15189 so that we can better understand that quality is key. But you know that quality, you can't talk about quality without comparison. Why I say that is this. Quality refers to how good something is. Okay, we'll send it to them. Okay, via SMS. Okay, then the what? What's she planning? She wants to change the system. Oh, okay. To the guy, Abby. Okay, so we sent the pre-test on our YouTube chat box. We are trying to send it as a text message to all of you here. But while we also wait, the next thing on the agenda is to introduce the keynote speaker. But we are preparing the slide and the presentation. But while we wait for that, has anybody heard this statement that if you've gone a long way, okay, let me explain. If this is the right destination, that podium, and then I keep going this way. So the statement is, if you've gone a long way, you keep going. So you keep going, you've gone a long way, and then suddenly you realize that it's the wrong way. And then a U-turn. It takes you a step closer to the right path. That's what we're going to do. That's what we're doing today. We are going to, through the keynote speaker, we're going to make sure that if there's any other practice, any kind of medical practice that is different, that is not quality, with the keynote speaker, with the speech today, we're going to direct you back to the right path. Do not be afraid to make this U-turn because it takes you a step closer to that right path. So just prepare your mind, make your mind accept these teachings so that you can move to the right path of quality medical laboratory practice. We need to distinguish ourselves. Okay? So the presentation is ready. So at this point, we are going to be introducing our keynote speaker for today, the Director General, the Chief Executive Officer of the Nigeria National Accreditation System, Mr. Celestine Okanya. Please, a round of applause.
Thank you, everyone. I got my second eye. Okay. Oh, you want to wire me? Okay.
Can you just put this in your pockets and clip it?
Yep. Okay, thank you for decorating me. The chairman of ISN, my friend and colleague, the Registrar of Medical Laboratory Council of Nigeria, represented by my very big friend, underlined, Dr. Ophili. The members, before I go to the members, I think it is important that I also make the U-turn that my friend talked about. The U-turn I'm making is recognition of the management of ISN. Thank you, CFO, for all that you're doing. Julie, thank you. I don't know all of you, but why I start by thanking you is because of the wonderful work that you're doing, and we'll talk about that today. Then our Medical Laboratory Council members here, I'm glad to be before you today. It's always a pleasure to be in your midst. The pressmen, I do appreciate your service because you will be part of sending this message to where they need to hear it. Today, I decided to dress like a preacher so that you know that I'm actually here to preach quality to you. So, my starting point will be to sincerely thank the chairman of ISN because yesterday when I was sitting at the airport, I slowed down or I stopped to ask myself, why would any company that is set up for profit do this? Why would you spend close to 500,000 naira bringing me here? And for me, this is going extra mile. All of you here, all of us, if you ever earned a certificate in any medical field, including medical laboratory science, all of us have made a promise, and that promise is promise of care and putting the patient first. But I think ISN is going a step ahead to assure that they are not just doing their part, but you can do your part. So I thank you very much, sir. I thank your management team, and I promise that NINAS will be a partner in this effort. Anytime, any day, call us. We can do things together. We can conduct trainings together on this standard and every other standard that has to do with medical lab practice. Can I change my this in here? I have to ask for it. Is this screen? Oh, okay, good, fantastic. All right, so again, I work for NINAS, so I want to keep my job. So let me just use 2 slides to tell you about NINAS. So we are a Nigerian national accreditation system. We're created through National Quality Infrastructure Program of the Federal Government of Nigeria. It was then funded by European Union and implemented by UNIDO as a national accreditation body. Recently, the Federal Executive Council and Mr. President signed the National Quality Policy, which now recognizes NINAS as the sole accreditation body in Nigeria for conformity assessment bodies. And then CAC also reincorporated NINAS as the sole accreditation body in Nigeria. NINAS has 9 different mandates, and the major one being to accredit conformity assessment bodies. These include laboratories, certification bodies, and inspection bodies. Having said what I just said, I want it to be on record that we recognize that other people have laws that allow them to do accreditation. So let no one misunderstand that, but that is what the government has done. And we, let me be specific now, because I was sitting side by side with my colleague from Medical Laboratory Council. Over the years, we've been discussing on how best do we reposition application of ISO 15189 in Nigeria for NINAS and MLSCN to do this as one body. We may not merge as one body, or how do we do it as a family? I think the important thing is what I said when I started. For the interests of the patients, not for anybody's ego. So, NINAS, right now we are full members of International Accreditation Forum. We are associate member of ILAC, International Laboratory Accreditation Corporation. We're full members of AFRAC. AFRAC is the African Accreditation Corporation. And we are members of International Halal Accreditation Forum. That is for accreditation bodies that also provide accreditation to conformity assessment bodies dealing with halal products. And we are also full members of ECOWAS accreditation system, ECOWAS. We have issued accreditation in 5 major areas. The ISO IEC 17024 is the standard for personnel certification. We also have issued accreditation in 17021, which is the standard for inspection bodies. We have also issued multiple accreditation for ISO 17021 for certification bodies. You will remarkably know that before now, Sun and every other company that offers 9001 certification needed to get the accreditation from overseas. We now offer that accreditation to them. NINAs have accredited, of course, we began with 17025, which is testing labs for food, water, and all that. And we have also accredited for ISO 15189. So, a total of 38 conformity assessment bodies who have been accredited, and 25 of them are maintaining active accreditation. So this number and this narrative shows you that it's not just achieving accreditation. The bigger challenge is maintaining accreditation. And we have trained about 151 assessors, with less than 5 of them working for NINAS. So about that 140 something are in other agencies, other private bodies working, and this training they are taking back to their work to improve the quality system. When we need them for assignment, we call them up, they assess for us, and they get paid for it. And they get paid handsomely too. So those of you who want to be our assessors, it's an open bid for anyone who shows competence. And then finally, we have done about 98 trainings. All of them are on standard. Why do we bother to do trainings? As the chairman say, we're hoping that will come to a time when everyone will see accreditation as a necessity. Right now, some labs think it's for the big boys or it's for those who have plenty of money. But at the end of this presentation, you probably walk away thinking otherwise. We are currently applying for the highest level of recognition from ILAC and IAF, and that is mutual recognition arrangement and multilateral arrangement respectively. So that is for NINAS. Let's go back to 15189, and let me just start by telling you how happy I am that Ophili is here, Dr. Ophili is here. And when can't remember, I think it was Valerie that called me in the night. Sir, do you have your presentation? Sorry, I'm disclosing that here. I said to her, honestly, I don't. I've been traveling, I don't, but before I sleep, I'll get you one. Then I said to myself, after all, Dr. Phil is here. All the technicalities, all the deep thinking of 15189, he is going to do it after break. He's also the national chair for this standard technical committee at SUN, right? Yeah. Okay, so you are in a good hands. Okay, so 15189 is requirement for quality and competence of medical laboratories. All of us know that. My presentation, because of Ophili's intervention and help, will be very short. I will talk a bit about the influences on this standard, who and who influences this standard, or who and who brought it to bear. And then I'll talk about the structure of the standard. And then we dwell a little bit on the QMS, or just the outline. And then I will speak more on quality control, because I think that's where we have family conversation to do. Hopefully we do the nitty-gritty of discussing each of the clauses. I hope I'm not giving you extra work. Okay. So QA encompasses a range of activities that enable laboratory to achieve and maintain high level of accuracy and proficiency, providing best service to patients and physicians. This my definition did not talk about, there was no money in that definition. It's best service to the patient first and physician that ultimately rely on your results to make decisions. Quality assurance is the coordinate process which include monitoring and controlling quality of material, reagents, instrument, and reliable reporting of test results. We will get to a point where we look at the entire cycle. And for the entire cycle of laboratory activities, you just have to get it right. Each time you get it wrong, let me continue. A good quality assurance system does the following 4 things. Namely, it has SOP for everything. If there are things you do in the lab and there is no SOP for it, what do you call that? Assumption. It has also management requirements and it ensures that you follow the management, you comply with it. And a good QA will provide a documented corrective action that needed to be taken when there is need for one. And it must show responsibility. Who are we going to hold responsible for failure of the procedure? And again, if you have all that and your employees are not competent, you may spend millions or millions buying equipment from ISN. I think they will be happy that you have people who are competent to operate the equipment you purchase from them. And that is part of why you are investing on this training. So, if we do all this, one way to know that quality assurance is working is quality control. So quality control is examining control materials of known substances along with patient samples to monitor the accuracy and the precision of the complete examination in analytical process. With all this definition, we now walk into the standard 15189. What I have done also, I hope Ophelia does that, is I skip the history of 15189, which is a very lovely history. You can read it up. You will see how long it took and how many people or how many hands and feet that were involved. 7 good years to develop a standard. And this standard was first published 2003. It has been revised twice, 07 and 2012. Okay, so quickly, the structure of the standard can be split into 2. The management requirements and the technical requirements. And this is where I'm hoping that my friend helped me to make sure that you understand each and every part of this requirement. So the management requirements include the organization and management responsibilities and quality management for the quality management system. It also includes the document control, examination of referrals and external services, supply advisory services, it explains clearly what you should do in all these circumstances. Complaints, resolution of complaints, identification and control of non-conformities, corrective actions, preventive action, continual improvement, control of records, and evaluation and audit, as well as management reviews. So these are all within the management requirement. Then on the technical part, personnel top the list. And that is why what we're doing today is important. It's very important because accreditation of a lab looks at three major areas: the personnel, the equipment, the process. So it's very important that we continue to re-educate ourselves in this area that we have chosen to work. Then the technical requirements talks about the accommodation and environmental conditions of the lab, the laboratory equipment, reagents, consumables, pre-examination process and actual examination process, ensuring quality of examination result, that's post-examination process, and reporting and releasing of the result. In all these steps, if you drop the ball in one step, there's a lot that is at stake. Maybe I have a case example that I'll give you on a case of ball being dropped. And it's more harmful than people playing handball and drops them. So, who influenced this standard? The major influences are these 5 groups. First is the ILAC Guide 25 that provided the foundation. And then ISO 17025 of 1999 and the ISO 9001, which is the quality management system standard. Clinical Laboratory Standard Institute provided a whole lot of documentation to support the writing of ISO 15189. And also the College of American Pathologists checklist. So you notice that it's a very robust standard, and institutions and people that were involved in putting it together are so credible that I doubt whether reviews after reviews, this standard has stayed and has met the test of time. And it continues to be one of the most expanding or applied standard, apart from 9001. Okay, the quality management system, especially, you can box them into 12 boxes or 12 pillars: the organization, the personnel, the equipment, your purchases and inventory, the process control, information management, documents and records, occurrence management, assessment, process improvement, customer service, facility, and safety. It is very important that when Dr. Philly will be discussing each of these, you actually begin to x-ray your practice in all these boxes in your lab. I think what you need to do today is reflection. Be reflecting on what do I do in my organization against each of these that you are going to be discussing today. Laboratory activities have a cycle, and in each of these steps that makes the cycle, everything I've talked about concerning, or every step on the technical requirements or those pillars of quality management system, one way or the other, must be complied with in each of these steps. The cycle starts with the patient. Patient with whether with the physician or a medical personnel for pre-examination, and then from there to a point where you have a prescription for laboratory examination, and then sample is being collected, and when samples are collected, it has to be taken to the examination point. Now, transportation or moving of that sample from that spot of collection to the other is a very, very important process that has to be guided jealously. As you may know, the new 17025 recognizes sampling as a full-fledged laboratory activity that can be accredited. That's how important it is. So you can just establish a lab, and all you do is collect samples and transport samples. You can be accredited for it. And then when you now have the sample at the examination point, that's where the most of the activities happen. After examination, post-examination activity starts, and that is reporting or results. There is no part of this cycle that you can feel it is not important. All of them are as important, because mistake in each of these steps is too much of a mistake. Now, I know that today we hope to demystify 15189 for you. 15189 for one day will be challenging for anybody to demystify it for you. But what we can do today is to spark the interest, to put, I don't know how they call it, but to make you hunger for doing it. But 15189 don't come alone. Most of you practice these 5 pieces on the board on your own. The 15189 is sitting as the master in the center. There is also the standard for safety, the standard for risk, the standard for point of care, and sample collection guides or guidance documents. There are multiple of them depending on where you're working. If you put all this together, then you can say, I have a suit for medical laboratory practice. If I were you, most of these standards are, you can download, except for 15189. You can find others online, free copies. Please, they are very important for you as a practitioner and important for the patient too. So now, as I promised, I'm diverting from the technical thing over to you, Philip. Let's get more real with ourselves now. Let's talk about accreditation a bit. We always hear accreditation, certification, but why do you bother accreditation or certification? Or do I just run my practice forgetting everything? Well, certification is the assessment of another organization to ensure that it is meeting the requirements of a required standard or regulation. And certification is performed by certification bodies to meet requirements of ISO 9001. Is just an example. There are many standards for which you can be certified. But ISO does not grant certification bodies the authority to assess for 15189. So when you hear somebody say, I'm certified to 15189, that is not a correct language. You cannot be certified for 15189. You can be accredited. So, and I think it should be important that those of us in this practice use that proper language. Then accreditation is the assessment of an organization to ensure that it is performing in accordance with the requirements of a required standard or regulation. Accreditation is performed by accreditation bodies to meet the requirements of accepted documents, including but not limited to what we're discussing today, 15189. But like I told you at the beginning, right now we are accrediting in 5 major large standards that the Nigerian economy needs. And ISO, on the contrary, on the other side, grants accreditation body the right or the authority to assess laboratories for 15189. So I hope we will be able to differentiate the two. Certification is represented by a written assurance of a third party, while accreditation is a formal recognition by an authoritative body that an organization or a person has the competence on the line to work and meet standards set forth by the recognized governing bodies. So, if you want to get accredited, what are the steps? The example I gave here is for NINAS. Accreditation process might differ from accreditation body to accreditation body. But we have 10 steps, but here my numbering went to work here, so I have 8, and that's why I ended in 9. So we have 10 steps in NINAS. Step 1 is make an application to NINAS. How do you make application to NINAS? It takes you only email on the info@ninas.ng to write, please, I would like to get information or application package from you. You get that within 24 hours. And then you complete the application and return it back. That's step 2. We receive your application. Then we give a reviewer to look at your application. And we will then make a decision whether you have enough for us to even ask you, okay, we can go ahead. If you don't have enough, we'll advise you not to waste your money for now. You can spend more time on building, filling the gaps that you have. So if we think it's something we can proceed with, we'll send you an invoice. And step 3 is when you have made the payment. After payment, we negotiate dates that we can do pre-assessment if you require one. There are some laboratories that just when you review them, they don't need pre-assessment. But such labs are not plenty in Nigeria. Yeah. So step 5, the pre-assessment team will submit their report, and 6 full assessment is taken. 7 final reports of assessment. Reports of assessment team is received. Then this report goes to the committee for review, Accreditation Advisory Committee. The Accreditation Advisory Committee has 2 weeks to make their decision. There are 3. We normally elect 3 people per particular assessment, and 3 of them do not know themselves and they will never meet. But each of them will submit independent report to the DG of NINAS. Based on their report and the report of Director of Accreditation, and DG's own personal review of the entire accreditation document, which you must read in any case, will now make a decision on whether to grant accreditation or not. If we grant, then the final step is surveillance and re-accreditation. One may ask, all this process, how long does it take? Oh, Chairman is asking how much does it cost? Okay, first with how long does it take? Our internal calculation, when you're working with a lab that is perfect, a lab that has applied or implemented 15189 100%, so no problems. Our calculation is that it takes 90 days to get accredited. Those 90 days includes all the days we give to committee to make decision, the number of days the CEO have to read the entire file, the number of trips or flights or all those things that assessor, we can get it done in 90 days. On the cost depends on the number of scope you have. But there's something I really need to encourage laboratory practitioners here. You know, money has always scared laboratories from engaging in accreditation, and it was correct that accreditation is expensive. Labs, before we came on board, were spending $15,000, $20,000 or more. I don't know how much of Philly they spent getting accredited before outside. But NINA's accreditation is between $3,000 to $5,000. So if you take it down to Naira, now we used to be like 1 point something million Naira you can get accredited. That was when we started. Now the minimum fee you could pay for accreditation is 2 point something million Naira. What happened is because most of these things are changed. Flight we used to buy 17,000 is now 100 and something, and DSCA for our workers have increased. So if you weigh it against the 20, 30,000, 50,000 that the white people or our neighbors used to come and collect in Nigeria and go away, you see that government took a very important decision. We're saving money for this economy, $7 that would have gone out. And I encourage you to start. You have 1 year, when you begin, you have 1 year to finish it. So within 1 year, just like a ticket, it will not expire. The same process I have described here is the same thing shown on this chart. Now, I want to emphasize, you cannot fail accreditation unless you quit. It's a process improvement activity. So if you are assessed and you have non-conformities, of course it will be itemized and you'll be given time to fill the non-conformities. When you fill it, you send it in. The lead assessor will review it. If it's cleared, he notifies us, oh, it's all clear. And they can go back and forth with you till 1 year. If 1 year passes and you could not make it, you still didn't fail, but you have to start again. So I say here no failure on accreditation, but 100% compliance to the standard before accreditation. Not 99. Not 99. Achieving 99% level of quality means accepting 1% error rate. Is that true, mathematics? Is 1% important? Oh, we all agree it's important. But we have been brought up in educational system where 70, 80 is a distinction. in this business, 99 is not enough. And now, I would like to say this. I want to thank those who are helping Nigerians on slanter programs. Is that what you call it? Okay. I want to thank them. They are helping laboratories at least grow, approach accreditation. So it's a well invested money for the life of our people. But for those of you or those of us who receives the star and think you can shine, if you have 5 stars, how many percent error is allowed in 5 stars? Anybody know? 5%. 5%. 5% error allowed, and and when people have 5 stars, they tell you have achieved it. It's a big improvement. But I don't want you to celebrate that you have arrived. Let's see why. There was a study made in France about 1% error. If you, the ones that work for water and electricity sector in France, 1% error in their judgments results in 14 minutes disruption in water and electricity. Then they tried the mail delivery people. 1% error, 50,000 of parcels are lost. Then they tried the midwives. 1% error, 22 newborn babies dropped from the hands of midwives. 1% error, in a facility where they prepare lunch for high school kids, 6,000 lunches and over 100 schools were infected or contaminated with bacteria. 1% error. And 1% error, 3 bad landings in one airport. This was a result of 1% error. In aviation, you don't accommodate 1% error. In what we're discussing today, medical laboratory science practice, 1% error can be a life. Okay? So, laboratory errors cost time, personnel effort. You don't work alone in the lab, so there's a teamwork. Let's assume from the point of sample collection, sample preparation, all the way to analysis, and then the person who was to release the result made a mistake. He just screwed up everything everybody had done, wasted your time, wasted company money, and then put the patient at risk. It probably is about 1% error, but it's destroyed everything. So I ask here, can you estimate the value of time and team effort wasted? Or can you even try to estimate patient outcome when you have made mistake? So as we're discussing this, begin to reflect. In my practice, what if I have made this 1% error? Where did it lead people to? What happened to the patients that own the laboratory result that you probably carried out assumption? I hope that nobody here will be able to, in conscience, no conscience, assume a result. Maybe you're trying to close and go home. You say, anyway, plus. You must have malaria. So, I always try to bring this message home, and I tell you, me and you have been given opportunity to sometime determine the future of families, future of people's life. It is not about money. I don't approach this work for money. There's a case example that one error, just one error, the pen refuses to go. The coffin on my presentation is for a 14-year-old boy, a student of Navy School Akpabuyo, Calabar. He was rushed from school to a very expensive private hospital in Calabar. And somehow they did all the checks, all the examination we're discussing here now, and the physician concluded he needed a pint of blood. The child was on the phone with the father. They said, I need blood. The father was in another city. And the father said, okay, I'll come. At least I know we are the same blood group and all that. I can do that. Halfway, the doctors said they can't wait for the father. This is a child that was talking with the father on the phone. They can't wait. And then they went ahead and got blood at the blood bank and started transfusion. The boy died. The boy died. Simple check concluded that was mismatch. Any of us could have made that error. The error was made by someone in the lab. And it was not an analysis, it's on the result sheet. That was the only child, only son of the man as of then. So I would like you to approach your job with this extra. Extra, like I started saying, I said chairman of ISN is going extra mile. It's going extra mile. So you must have the culture of extra mile to be in the medical laboratory business. So how can you avoid such error that sent this young man that with all his dreams into the coffin? You must have a robust internal control, quality control. It is not negotiable. And this refers to the set of procedures undertaken by laboratory staff. 4, the continuous and immediate monitoring of laboratory work in order to decide whether the result is reliable enough to be released. It is not every time you do analysis that you can release the result. It is not. So the last point you are done and you need to release, ask yourself, is this qualified? Have I done everything I needed to do to assure myself that this is, at least I have followed everything? And those areas that is very, very tedious, we must ensure that we control specimen and specimen storage. Guide jealously the time between collection and performing the analysis. Depending on the sample, it can change a lot of things. Calibration of the equipment and instruments. Training, and training. You can't talk so much about training. And then clerical mistakes. That's the one I just said that sent somebody into casket. So can any of you say, I can't make mistake. Is it possible? So, but can quality control be out of control? Huh? No, let's be practical. You have in your lab system in place that you said, I have quality control system. I have things I do. Can that system fail you at some point? What do you do when it fails you? I need one example. What do you do when you think, yes sir?
When it's faced, you troubleshoot to know where the error is coming from.
You troubleshoot.
Yes. And you also document.
Very good. Very good. QC can go out of control. The good practice, if you are committed to your work, when that happens, stop test. When you stop test, identify, correct the problem. Repeat the test, even if you have done many. Repeat all the tests on patient sample, especially the one that not gone. In fact, even if it has gone out, and you know that you can reach record, repeat the test on the patient samples and controls after correction. Do not report patient results until the problem is solved and controls indicate proper performance. If you are in a hurry or your boss is worrying you or there is pressure, you report result when you know the control, whether it's equipment or the process or whatever is not correct. There's no difference between you and a car that was being driven by a drunk person. It's bound to crash. So when you have quality control, when you have a QC program, the following 4 steps is very important, and keep revisiting it regularly. You must establish written policies and procedure for your QC, and then constantly train the staffs on it. Documentation is very important and you should not compromise on it. Review your QC data regularly. That is the easiest way for you to flag off when the control goes out of control. Those are the key steps to constantly being on top of your game as far as quality control is concerned. Now, nobody asked me who was in the coffin, because I didn't mention the name. Do you want to know? Sir?
I said you made it up.
I made it up? I wish I can make it up. That was my only son. That was my only son, 14 years old. I was not in this job. I was not on this job when this happened. And when this happened, the world was like closing down on me. Most of you that know me very well, I'm a pharmacist, not a medical lab scientist. But then part of my prayer, apart from the grace to take it and be able to move on, it was also grace to do something for other children that are still alive in this field. And I think God heard my prayer, because there is no way a pharmacist would have been speaking medical laboratory science language as I do today if it's not grace of God. Yes, I know I've gone to schools, I know I've read a lot, but at that point the thing happened to me. I said to myself, I must find a way of making impact in medical laboratory. Even if I save one more child, is enough. But I think God heard that prayer, and from nowhere, I was appointed the CEO of Nina's. So now, this story is at home now with us, and you now know why. For my friends like Dr. Philly and people in MLSN that knows my story, they know when I discuss 15189, I do that with passion. I do it looking down or looking up and saying, Lord, you hear my prayers. I want you to remove my son from this picture and think it's possible for the next prescription that you have in your hand. It is possible to happen again. But why I'm saying this openly is for you not to make that mistake. Do this due diligence. Do this as if you expect there's a mistake. Look for it. So before the next result that you release, please be sure that you don't send somebody else, like my son, into coffin. And finally, sir, again, I began with thanking you. I am also thanking you again, and with the promise I've made, I am ready to further discussions with your management team. If we find things we can do together, you now know that I have reason to fight for this cause. It's a personal reason. And that is why if I'm discussing the issue of 15189 with you, I don't compromise on it. It is an agreement I have with my God. So please and please, Nina's will be offering the best we can. The best we can without breaking the law or the standard to assist labs to get accredited. We even go as far as breaking payments into, what do you call it? Installment payments. Our focus is not money. Since I took that job, if not for my son, I would have walked away, go back to America, or go and do another job, because we have not, not underline it, received 1 naira from Nigerian government since we began. And we pay salaries every month. We do our work every month. You saw the number of trainings we do, saw the number of accreditation we've done. It is sacrifice that I personally am committed to do. And I also know that members of the Medical Laboratory Council, some of which are here or may not be here, have also joined us in that sacrifice. We have assessors from this place. We have pathologists that are assessors. And I have much more, many of them as even 17025 assessors. And you can join us. Sorry for bothering you with my story. I will save you plenty of time. I'll stop here. And then, sir, thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you so much.
you all be all standing? Thank you. Silence for his son. May the soul of his son rest in perfect peace.
Amen. You may all sit down. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Mr. Kanya, thank you. Thank you very much for a very impressive speech.
Thank you.
I'm sorry about guessing about what happened, who was on the call. I'm sorry about your loss. I don't know when we are going to start commenting on the lecture. But one thing I got from it, which I would like to emphasize, is the fact that you said you do not have to release all your results. And I think that really struck me. That it's not every time you have a result that you have to release it. Each time you get a result, you have to think twice. It has happened to me personally. The issue of results, sending out results. When we were students in Ibadan, I did a glucose estimation from the same ward, the same patient, but the results were two different. One was reading about 100 and something for glucose, the other one was reading about 30. I took the trouble of doing it again, just to make sure the result before is not from me. And the result was the same. I couldn't release the result. I had to go to the ward and met the doctor who signed the result, who requested for the test, a Dr. Akindele. When I met him, I showed him the result. He said, that's what I expected. I said, oh, thank God. What happened? What happened? After collecting the first specimen, he gave insulin. Okay. And I didn't realize that. And that is why you have to really think. Think whether, can you release this result? Does it really make sense? If you do a specimen twice and it's giving you two divergent results, you have to ask yourself, who is fooling who here? Who is making the mistake? So I think I like that bit about not releasing result, and I thank you very much. Thanks for a very good presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. There's one thing I have also learned here is, he said that 1% error can be a life. And it's really surprising me, because during our own time in school, you know, when you score 70, 80, you feel you have done excellently well. But then in medical laboratory practice, 99% is not acceptable. And that's why in ISM, quality is important to us, and we value the lives of the patients that we serve. Even for us, as we sell medical equipment, we know that behind every transaction, there is a life at the end of every transaction. And we treat it with utmost urgency. And I am really happy to be in this session. I am really learning. I'm not a medical lab scientist, I'm a customer service manager. But you all understand that quality is also key. When we supply reagents to customers, we know that there's a life that needs that reagent in the laboratory at the end of the day. Okay, for now, we're going to go on a tea break. Our virtual attendees, sorry we don't have tea for you. You can just organize your tea for yourself. But for those here, the ushers will be leading you. We'll just take a break for like 20 minutes, then we'll be back after that. Thank you, everyone. Yeah.
the latest edition 2012, even though it's under review now, maybe before the end of 2023 we'll have a new edition. The Act under Section 4H mandates the Council to accredit by formal test party recognition the competence of medical laboratories to perform specific tests. MLSN Accreditation Service, which is part of Medical Laboratory Science Council of Nigeria, was established to safeguard our impartiality in the provision of medical laboratory accreditation services, according to the requirements of another standard called ISO IEC 17011-2017. And that standard, I've brought a copy here today, so that you will know that even accreditation bodies also comply with some other standards. In this case, the ISO 17011-2017 is the requirements for accreditation bodies to also get accredited. Are you following? Medical Laboratory Science Council of Nigeria, MLSCN, has a governing board charged with the responsibility of formulating policies as well as providing oversight functions on the activities of council. But the day-to-day administration of the council is the responsibility of the registrar CEO of MLSCN, in this case Dr. Tosani Rabo. MLSN Accreditation Service has both independent advisory committee, IAC, and the technical committee on accreditation. I said earlier that we also follow the requirements of ISO 17011-2017 clause 4.1 that deals with, for instance, legal entity and impartiality requirements. Says the accreditation body shall be a legal entity or a defined part of a legal entity such that it is legally responsible for its accreditation activities. In this case, MLSN Accreditation Service is part of the Medical Laboratory Science Council of Nigeria, and we are providing accreditation according to the requirements of ISO 17011-2017. Please note that government accreditation bodies are deemed to be a legal entity on the basis of their status within their government. You will agree with me that without body of laws in this country, without policies, without procedures, without guidance documents in this country, it will be very difficult to organize human beings. You need a body of laws to keep people in check. That is the same way you need a standard, you need policies, you need procedures to organize and run your laboratory. An accreditation body that is part of a larger organization can also operate under a different name, but in this case we have chosen to operate as MLSN Accreditation Service while being part of the larger organization called the Medical Laboratory Science Council of Nigeria. In the same vein, under the impartiality requirements 4.4, clause 4.41, accreditation shall be undertaken impartially. 4.42 means the accreditation body shall be responsible for the impartiality of its accreditation activities and shall not allow commercial, financial, or other pressures to compromise impartiality with where an accreditation body, including a government accreditation body. Now 4.43, the accreditation body shall have top management commitments to impartiality. It shall document and make public an impartiality policy, which includes the importance of impartiality in carrying out its accreditation activities, managing conflict of interest, and ensuring objectivity of its accreditation activities. It's important that I dive into all this to let you know that even though as a regulatory body, that according to this requirement in ISO 17011-2017, that MLSCN Accreditation Service was set up to safeguard our impartiality in the delivery of accreditation services. Even though as a larger organization, we also do inspection, we also do monitoring, and we also provide EQA services. This particular department has nothing to do with inspection, our monitoring activities, EQA, and the likes. I put in quotes, regulation. So this particular department provides only accreditation according to the requirements of 17011-2017. And we provide accreditation for only medical laboratory testing using ISO 15189, in this case 2012. We also have staff within that department. By the grace of God, I'm the director, MSN Accreditation Service. We have some other staff in charge of quality assurance, administration, accreditation assessment, and knowledge transfer. For us, knowledge transfer is training, just like as we're having training today. Now, this is the organogram of the Medical Laboratory Science Council of Nigeria. You can see the governing board sitting there, followed by the registrar. Now you see by the left-hand side, MLSCN Accreditation Service with the director there. Now you see the Independent Advisory Committee. All reports concerning accreditation from assessors, packaged by the lead assessor, goes to the Independent Advisory Committee. You also see down the Technical Committee on Accreditation. They advise MSN Accreditation Service on issues bordering on ISO 15189 in terms of the documents and other guidance documents used in assessment. You can see the staff of MSN Accreditation Service, left-hand side, the head quality assurance, the head administration and corporate services, the head accreditation assessment, and of course the head knowledge transfer. Then you can see other staff of council, internal audit, which is different from MLSCN Accreditation Service. It's important that you see this big organogram so that you understand where we are and sitting as a council. Now let's go to the reason why we are here. And it will be important to start with ISO, the International Organization for Standardization. You can see the way it's written. Ordinarily, if you are asked, if you have not seen this before, you would think ISO means International Standardization Organization. But you look at the way it is pronounced. International Organization for Standardization. The French, the way they pronounce their word, they move from the beginning, jump to the end, come back to the middle. So the International Organization for Standardization specifies requirements for competence and quality that are particular to medical laboratories. In this case, the ISO 15189-2012. It is acknowledged that a country could have its own specific regulations or requirements applicable to some or other or its professional personnel and their activities and responsibilities in this domain. At a point in this country when it became very difficult to implement this particular standard, the Federal Ministry of Health put together what we call the National Laboratory Technical Working Group, and with Chairman Professor Tomori, that you know, of WHO. And that particular committee, they were able to bring a lot of stakeholders together. And we started thinking, how do we demystify this standard? How do we make this standard available to all levels of laboratory healthcare, be it tertiary, secondary, and primary? And through that particular strategic committee, working with the Standards Organization of Nigeria, ISN, we were able to domesticate this particular standard. So if you go to the SON library today, you probably find the ISO 15189 2012, but it's not 2012. It is called ISO NIS 15189 2019. That is the Nigerian version. That is the Nigerian standard for medical laboratories. It's the same standard, but this particular one has been domesticated for Nigerians. It is now called Nigerian Industrial Standard 2019. At the ISO level, there's what we call identical modification, which means it's the same standard, you're only domesticating it for your national use. If you want to purchase this standard, just like we purchase this particular one from the ISO headquarters in Geneva, it costs $200 to get it to you. But you can buy this particular one, the Nigerian Industrial Standard, for just 9,000 naira. The same standard. But this particular one, it is $180 if you want to order it from ISO headquarters in Geneva. But in Nigeria, it's just 9,000 naira. Just go to SON in Lagos and purchase one. This is my own. If you want your own, go and buy. As a laboratory, you can't get accredited if you don't have your copy, not the one you go and download from internet. No, it's a no-no. You must have your copy. As you move along, you know why. You must own your own. Am I communicating? Now, scope of ISO 15189-2012. This international standard specifies requirements for quality and competence in medical laboratories. This international standard can be used by medical laboratories in developing their quality management system and assessing their own competence. It can also be used for confirming or recognizing the competence of medical laboratories by regulatory bodies, by customers, and even accreditation bodies. Take, for instance, you are a company and you want to actually appoint a referral laboratory. You can use this standard to actually confirm the level of competence of that lab before you take them in. As a customer, maybe a bank, you have a medical department and you really want to have retainership, you can use this particular standard to actually know the level of that laboratory. As a regulatory body, you can also use this standard to develop your own checklist for regulation. The accreditation body use this standard to accredit medical laboratories. Dr. Kanya talked about normative references. I will also talk about it now. The following reference documents are indispensable for the application of this standard. The ISO 17000, Conformity Assessment Vocabulary and General Principles. You will also will be reading this document to make you understand the standard better. The ISO 17025, General Requirements for Competence of Testing and Calibration Laboratories. You also have the ISO Guide, Standardization and Related Activities. Read them up. Then ISO Guide 1999, International Vocabulary of Methodology, of Metrology, Basic and General Concepts and Associated Terms. Now let's look at some terms and definitions. Standards. Standards define compliance, how to comply with regulations, various supporting policy, processes, and procedures. It's very important that we know the difference between a standard, a policy, a process, and a procedure. In your accreditation journey, it's important that you know the difference between a standard, a policy, a process, and a procedure. The standard have a lot of requirements. In this case, it's something you have to comply with. The management requirements and the technical requirements. The difference between the 9001 2015 and the ISO 15189 2012 is that the national one have only management requirements. Nothing technical there. And that's why we have technical people. Now the 15189 have introduced technical requirements. In the past, you hear of banks, the big banks in this nation, the UBAs, the GTBs, Zeniths, they all have ISO 9001 2015. It's just management requirements showing that management is complying with this particular standard. They can't be accredited to 15189, but there's nothing technical there. Am I communicating? And that particular standard they are complying with is called certification. It is not accreditation. So there are some conformity assessment bodies that will certify companies according to ISO 9001 2015. Those ones are not accreditation bodies. When Dr. Okanya was giving his lecture, he talked about International Accreditation Forum and the ILAC, International Laboratory Accreditation Corporation. The ILAC is a big organization accrediting accreditation bodies, but IAF take care of certification bodies because they don't look at accreditation. Am I communicating? Now, we also have regulation, like the Medical Laboratory Science Council of Nigeria is a regulatory body set up by law. I said earlier that in a nation, if you don't have constitution, you don't have policies, you don't have procedures, that society can be likened to what happened in the animal kingdom. So we need constitution, we need standards, just like how you have the ISO bringing us standards. Standard is just a guidance document. They are not telling you mandatorily you must use it. But to achieve accreditation, you will need such standards. To do business internationally, you will need standards. Like if you are engaged in international trade, you want to trade between Nigeria and Canada, they will tell you there are specifications for these goods to leave Nigeria to come into Canada. Issues of value chain, issues of standards. That's why you start. I have the Standards Organization of Nigeria, the custodian of standards in Nigeria. So they will tell you for this particular product manufactured in Nigeria to enter Europe, there are specifications by European Union for it to cross border. So if you don't meet up with those specifications, you can consume the goods in Nigeria, but it will not enter Europe. So you understand why the government of Nigeria need to get involved in what we are doing. Because today we have the African Continental Free Trade Agreement with headquarters in Ghana. There are a lot of requirements. There are a lot of specifications. There are a lot of things. Talking about standardization. This gospel must reach everywhere. Because you can't play in the big league. You can't make money internationally if you are not playing by the rules.
if you are goods, there is no value addition. Today we have the Nexim Bank in Nigeria. What they are supposed to be supporting SMEs. Value addition, so that goods manufactured in Nigeria can be accepted internationally. Today, that's why I salute the effort of the chairman ISN. Today, we are marketing proudly medical equipment manufactured in Europe and Canada. What are the ones manufactured in Nigeria? Can they trust our equipment manufactured by our engineers in Europe? How long, as a nation, as a continent, are we going to continue to receive imported goods from Canada, from US and Europe into Nigeria without thinking how to manufacture our own products and also export to other nations? That's why we must pay attention to standardization, specifications, requirements. These are languages, terminologies our government must hear. Now, let's narrow down what is accreditation. Accreditation is a procedure by which an authoritative body gives formal recognition that a body or person is competent to carry out specific task. The word competency is very key because of the technical requirement there. You must be competent to perform the task assigned to you. And that's why as a laboratory, we talk about competency assessment. It is not enough to have the qualification. Yes, I have a BMLS. I will have a PhD in hematology, in this. But are you competent to analyze that particular test? Certification is the procedure by which a third party gives written assurance that a product, process, or service conforms to specific requirements. Then licensure, just like the council, MLSCM, will give you license to practice as a medical laboratory scientist, is the granting of our ability to practice provided most often by a local government agency, usually based on demonstrated knowledge, training, and skills. License is not something that anybody can give. It's not certification. Licensure is given by the state. The state in this country, the country. So, if you're a medical laboratory scientist, you have license to practice. It therefore means that the state, in this case Nigeria, have licensed you to practice, which means you can sue and be sued on that particular service you are providing. If you are invited to a courtroom, you are to defend a case of wrong, or maybe there is a transfusion error, and a judge is asking you questions. The first thing they will ask you, are you licensed to practice medical laboratory science? He won't ask you which university did you attend. Are you licensed? Because you can go to university and yet you are not licensed. You can be a BMLS graduate, but you are not licensed. If you schooled abroad, maybe in UK or US, before you practice in Nigeria, you must do mandatory 1 year for all foreign graduates. You will take a national examination. You will pass before a license will be given to you. Even though you are coming from Harvard, you must do that. So that is the power of licensure. But it's given by the state to practice. And that's why you don't play with your license. You don't say, for this year, I don't have money, I want to renew. You are a quack if you do that. You're just a quack. If you like, be parading PhD. You are just a quack if you don't have license to practice for that year. We are still on the ISO 15189-2012. It's an international standard tailored specifically for medical laboratories, particular requirements for quality and competence. Why is the standard there? I brought a copy so that you see. I carry my own everywhere. It's in my handbag everywhere. It's my copy. Get yours. Am I communicating? It's derived from ISO 9001-2000 and ISO 17025-1999. Dr. Celeste also traced this history. First issued in 2003, updated in 2007, now we have a 2012 edition. I'm also authoritatively telling you that a new edition may come out in 2023 because now it's at an advanced stage in terms of review. It's prepared by a technical committee called ISO TC 212. By the grace of God, I represent Nigeria in this committee and some other colleagues in SON. It had its secretariat at the CLSI, the Clinical Laboratory Standards Institute in the US. Now let's go to the document proper. It has 15 clauses on the management requirements. Then it has 10 clauses under technical requirements. Now let's go and try our hands in the journey of demystifying this standard. The very first clause, 4.1, organization and management responsibility. It takes management commitment to quality and good practice to actually implement quality management system. First, there must be management commitment. There's what we call quality policy statement that is issued at the highest level of management. Take for instance ISN. You come in here, apart from seeing your mission and your vision, I also want to see your quality policy statement signed by the chairman himself that this particular organization is committed to implementing quality management at every level of your service. Your customers want to see that there is this level of commitment from your top management to actually implement quality management system. Be it at the technical level, be it at the managerial level, be it at the financial level, you are implementing QMS. If you implement QMS at every level, even as security, today we're here. When somebody came in here, a very sound lady, and addressed this gathering on security. I was telling my colleague that look at, that is exactly what ISN is paying for. How many hotels do you go to and you see that kind of address? But in some hotels, you say it is a security man. That lady is a graduate from the way she spoke. Told us about safety issues, fire hydrants, smoke detectors, fire extinguishers. It takes training. It takes training to deliver that kind of speech. She must have been trained on security, biosafety, and safety generally. So that's exactly what you are paying for. It therefore means that they are implementing quality management system, but not according to the requirements of ISO 15189-2012, but according to the requirements of ISO 9001-2015. So, ISN as a company should have a quality policy statement issued by the management, signed by the highest level of management. legal requirements. You can't exist as a company without regulation. You can't exist as a company without registration of your business. You are not doing Nigeria a favor by going to CAC, for instance, or passing through National Assembly to have your act legislated upon, or to have your business registered. It is a requirement. If, for instance, there are infractions as you conduct your business, and somebody, a client, sues you, God help you, that if you are taken to court and you are not registered, you will go to jail. So that is legal entity. You must be a legal entity. You must be known by the government. Why do you exist if you are not registered? So as a lab, you must be registered. They will have levels of registration. Like in Nigeria, we have business names. That one you can 20,000 naira or 30, you can get it registered. But if you want to exist as a company where you have shares, then you need a lawyer to get your company registered. Now, ethical conduct, operational integrity, competence, confidentiality, like what ISN is doing today, is under what we call corporate social responsibility. They are not making money out of this summit. It's their contribution to the industry, to the space where they operate. That's why they have brought together practitioners, regulatory bodies, accreditation bodies, the press, and their stakeholders to come and listen to this particular summit, where experts will be talking about quality management system. They are not making money, but government is taking notes that you're not only thinking about making money, but you are giving back to the society. That's what we need in this nation. Laboratory director. You, as a laboratory director, you must have responsibilities. You must have a job description. And it's not enough to say, I'm a laboratory director. Nothing written, nothing documented. We say in the local parlance, whatever is not documented is not done. So you must have a job description written. So what is your job description as a laboratory director, or a laboratory manager, or a supervisor, or a head of department? It must be written. The standard is a guidance document. It will just guide you on what to do. Spell out the requirements, management requirements. But it's up to you to domesticate that in your laboratory. Develop job description. And it all starts from a small document. I call it small because we are trying to demystify the standard. A lot of people look at the quality manual as something too big that they cannot actually provide for their labs. It's a small document containing your policies. I told you earlier that a policy emanates from somewhere. I've been to a program where somebody talked about laws of operation of Nigeria. Policies emanating from ministries. Then coming back to the operational level, we talk about procedures. My colleague talked about processes. There are differences. You must have a process within your lab, and you must have procedures. Then you can also have job aids that will help you to remember. Standard procedures. The word standard is there. There is a standard. There is a template on how to develop an SOP. You don't just develop an SOP and say this is. There's a difference between an SOP and a job aid. Talk about principle, methodology. There are references. There are limitations. So it's more detailed document. And that's why you need training. to understand the nitty-gritty. So I will tell you, I won't deceive you. If you are a lab hoping to be accredited in the next 2 or 3 years, you must be hearing this gospel now. As a manager, as a director, hear this gospel. You may not be the one to actually implement to the latter, but you will understand the journey you are about to embark. You will now decide whether I will need a mentor to get to my destination, or I need to employ smart medical laboratory scientists, send them for training, and let them come back and implement what they have learned. You can't do it alone. You need a full complement of staff. And that's why I get angry when I go to some labs. You see a one-man lab. You can't exist as an island. You can't have one man doing everything, and you want to be accredited. I want to see a vision. I want to see a lab heading somewhere. I'll give you an example of a lot of labs. When I was the regional head in the MLSN office here in Yaba, those days, they started like 1 room, 2 room lab. But if you listen to them, you know where they are headed. Somebody like, I keep saying it, Air Laboratory, for instance, used to have a small lab in Fexter. Today, look at where they are. Because the MD has a vision. He had that vision to create something big. And today, it's a multi-million naira laboratory. So, it's not a crime to start small, but you must get the right message. Think big and establish something that is enduring. Something that even generations will come to reckon with that particular organization. But not something that you will create within 10 years. You see you on the roads. How is business? My brother, business not deal. We are looking for visa to cross over to the US because you are tired of what you are doing. So it's important that we create something that will last. There are a lot of businesses in Europe, Canada and US that have stayed more than 100 years. Why can't we create something like that? I pray for ISN today. I'm not a pastor. But with what they are doing, they will stay more than 100 years. Because they are doing the right things. How do you find local companies doing what they are doing today? In Nigeria, we talk about local content. We have an agency for local content. We shouldn't be expecting everything. Europe. We must think Nigeria. We talk about African capitalism. We shouldn't be depending on these people for everything. Bigger nation. Why? Why can't we also donate to them? So it's important that strategically we think of tomorrow. Sustainability should be the key word. Commitment to quality and continual improvement. When he was delivering his lecture, he said, you don't fail in accreditation, but you gain something, continual improvement. Until you have the culture of quality management system, until you begin to live quality, you begin to see, you will be seeing accreditation as something too big. So, develop that culture of implementing quality management system. Then you will see accreditation as something that you can actually achieve. But if you don't have that culture, if that structure is not there, and that's why, take it or leave it. UNIDO, when they came into Nigeria, talked about the quality infrastructure, standardization, metrology, conformity assessment, and the rest of them, because these are building blocks towards accreditation. Accreditation is at the end. It's just to confirm all these things. But if, as a nation, we have not looked at our metrology, we have not looked at our standardization, conformity assessment, then how will you understand accreditation? How will you understand accreditation? So we want to see our ministers of trade talk more on standardization. because you can't really succeed in international trade without standardization, without accreditation, without metrology, without conformity assessment. Today, we are all fixated about 2023. Let us set the agenda, because we are tired of where we are. There are a lot of countries, our neighbors, doing better. Kenya, South Africa, Egypt. They have all these structures. So, as giants of Africa, we have no excuse. The market is here. Last week, we had a lot of visitors in our office. Europeans trooping into Nigeria. What are they looking for? Business. The market is here. So we need to develop our structures so that we can take advantage of the huge market and the huge population in Nigeria. We'll be here, generation, no job. People are coming in to take advantage of what we have. And that's why what we are doing today, we are building the critical mass through this lecture, through this summit, to ensure that 5-10 years from now, the story will be different. Let's say amen to that. Amen. I'm not preaching now. Now, provision of adequate resources for functions to be performed. That's why I say management commitment. There are places where you need to provide resources. You need to purchase the right equipment, not the Luga type. Today you are still doing HD and you are looking for glasses to look at color change, and you think you will survive in the 21st century. It's not possible. We talk about the 3 part and the 6 parts. The 10 part, is it 5 part or 10 part? 5 parts, 6 months, and you can't buy it. And you are looking for 3 parts or 1 part. You must move with the times. The age we are, nobody's going to wait for you. Do you know that my son, a 12-year-old son, I gave him my tab. I didn't teach him anything. In 5 minutes, he didn't need to ask me code. He removed the code and we installed his own. Now I called him to ask him, what is that this thing, though? My own system. And you exist in the same nation and you think you survive. They will outsmart you. Today, you tell people say Yahoo, Yahoo, Yahoo. These are smart guys. I'm not encouraging them, but we need to harness this energy. We need to harness this energy as a nation. And that's why it's sad. As a nation, our universities are on strike for 7 months. And we are paying lip service to it. Let's take advantage of this population to better our country. Huge population. And we are just looking at this energy wasting. And we call them Yahoo Yahoo. These are smart guys. Put them together. And the aeroplane you think is magic. They will develop it. I'm telling you. Today we don't have a national airline. It's a shame. Countries like Kenya, they still have Kenya Air flying. South African Air flying. Our young graduates, you say they don't have jobs. Meanwhile, they didn't provide opportunities. Today you want to go to Dubai. I know this is Lagos now. Business, the hub is here. People go to Dubai like as if they are going to market. Alaba, they are in Dubai. This night they are flying. Tomorrow they are back. And you don't have a national airline for this route. Emirates is making yanga to us. We'll pull out. The Nigerian government is now begging them. Can you imagine? It's not who is government itself? Government is you and I. We are the one that will do it. And that's why what ISN is doing is good. The reason is that they are doing their best as citizens, good citizens, We all need to do our best as citizens. Because who is government? You and I. There is no way you are looking for a government in Abuja. Government is you and I. What are you doing in your own space? What are you doing in your own space? That is where we are. Other nations are doing the same. Nigeria shouldn't be an exception. An average Israeli will die for the state of Israel to survive. Can an average Nigerian die for Nigeria to survive? That's the big question. That is the big question. So you must love your country to the point that you will die for your country. If you have not gotten to that level, you have not started. Because that's my mentality. You and I constitute the government. Don't be looking at government as they are human beings. They are human beings. That is a different topic. Let me continue. Now let's go to 4.2. Quality management system. Management has the responsibility to establish, document and implement an effective QMS. Documentation requirements, quality policy, I said it earlier, and quality objectives. So, I said you need to establish, first of all, you need a law. Then you have policies that will help you navigate. Take for instance, I have something here too. This is a subsidiary regulation. It's a Federal Government Republic of Nigeria official gazette. This one was derived from the Council Act. The Act I mentioned earlier that established the Council, Act 11 of 2003. There's a portion in the Act there that says the Council is the sole authority for regulation of IVDs. That's their sector. ISN. IVDs in Nigeria. But to give meaning to that particular legislation, we went further to gazette this technical regulation. Gazetted by the same Federal Government of Nigeria, the Federal Minister of Justice. So, this one will help you understand the law better. So that's why it's called a technical regulation. I don't know how many of you have heard of small, I won't call it, it's like a friendly discussion between MLSCN and NAFDAC concerning IVD. I call it friendly discussion because we are both of the same terms. Federal Minister of Health. So we shouldn't be saying as, I won't use the word. So it's a friendly discussion. So in order to understand that particular law better, we went further to gazette this one called In Vitro Diagnosis IVDs Regulation 2021. It was done last year. So if you pick up the document, you understand why the Medical Laboratory Science Council of Nigeria is the organization responsible for regulating IVDs in Nigeria and no other organization. So this is a technical regulation that will make you understand the law. So there is a basis for this one. That's why there is also basis for policy, standard operating procedure, and other guidance document, even forms. So there is a route, which is the standard in this case. So in Nigeria, there is a route for the MLCN law, which is the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 2019 as amended. Now you have the Act, then you have technical regulations. So that's why it keeps going down. The same way with the standard can't operate on its own. You have the policies, you have the processes, you have the procedures, you even have forms. Am I communicating? So that is the way it works. So documentation requirements, quality policy, and quality objectives. Quality objectives will demystify the quality policy into small bits, like there's a timeline. It must be measurable. We call it SMART. So when you have a quality policy statement, how does it happen within the organization? You must set objectives. It can be annual. Year 1, this is what I will do. Year 2, this is what I will do. But most importantly, make it measurable. Make it SMART. So quality manual. Quality manual will actually embody the policies of the organization and make reference to the standard operating procedures. So don't have a quality manual that is as big as this room. Not necessary. Have a SMART quality manual with the policies and making reference to the standard operating procedures. So you see the SOP in another book, another volume. Management SOP or technical SOP. But the references will appear in the quality manual. Am I communicating? So don't have everything in the quality manual. They have a quality manual that is SMART, the policy making reference to the SOP. The processes, procedures, and records, I've said that. Copies of applicable regulations, standards, and other normative documents, you also need that in your lab. My guest speaker also mentioned that, and should be accessible and stored to preserve integrity. Now, very important one, document control. I will run through them. You can't have the standard demystify in 30 minutes, but I'll just take some specific examples. Management requirements, I'll go to technical requirements, then we'll now close. Laboratory shall control all documents required by QLS and ensure the unintended use of obsolete documents is prevented. It's a crime to have a document in the lab without document control. So you must have a control number. So strategically and intentionally have a control number for all documents. Even a standard documents, if you can't have a control number, have a stamp and sign it that this one is being used in this lab. If it's flying around, assessor don't like seeing that. That will be viewed as a non-conformity. Am I communicating? Have a process for document review and approval for authorized personnel, document numbering system, document retention policy, process for managing documents, issuing new documents, and removal of obsolete documents. When a document is obsolete, remove from the shelf. If you review a document and you want to retire another one, have it in the archive and keep it according to your policy. You can bring it up as the case may be, or as required, or as asked by your assessors. Amendment of documents. Document identification specifications, title of the documents. What is the edition? I'm not telling you how to create a document. What is the title of this document? What is the edition? Just like we have our standard, this edition is 2012. And very soon I said we'll have 2023 edition. By the time we sign off, we'll have the 2023 edition with the same standard, ISO 151, just like as we have 2003. We had 2007 for the same standard. Today we have 2012. Tomorrow we might have ISO 15189 2023. Now, service agreements. Establishment of service agreement. The laboratory shall have documented procedure for the establishment and review of agreements for providing medical laboratory service. According to the requirements of ISO 15189, when you fill the request form in the right way underline. When you fill the request form in the right way, it is seen, perceived as an agreement between you and the customer and the patient. That is an agreement. Fill it the right way, not the request form that you find after name. Under age, you put adult. You didn't fill it well. You must write the right age. Am I communicating? unless you don't want to play by the rules. Accommodation and environmental conditions. There are specific things you need to provide as a laboratory: smoke detectors, fire extinguishers. You must provide them and ensure they are working. Even up to your AC, you must have record of servicing them. You don't have an AC that is there gathering dust. It's not even working. You just put it there for decoration. People come, do you have AC? Yes. But meanwhile, it's not working. So you must have record with dates of servicing. Even your fire extinguishers, fire hydrants. You must have a muster point. You thought about muster points. You must do what you call fire drill once in a while, according to what you have in your policy. Say, look, every 6 months, the safety officer must sound an alarm. Everybody must go down, and you practice what normally you will do when there is a ray fire. That's what you call fire drill. You have the record, put in the file. It's a requirement. Assessors will come, they find this thing in the file. It therefore means you are living quality, not waiting until an assessor comes before you begin to doctor things. You must live quality. Laboratory equipment, of course, you have general requirements, states a documented procedure for selection, purchasing, and management of equipment. How come you are purchasing that equipment? How did you arrive at that? Do you really need that equipment? How was it installed? Who installed? By a qualified biomedical engineer, licensed to do that, or certified to do that? Date of installation. Has it been validated? Has it been verified after validation? These are issues. So there is difference between validation and verification. So validation can be done by an external body. It can also be done within the organization. But after the validation, there is a validation certificate. You must verify the requirements or the claim by this external body. So that is verification before use. Equipment instruction for use. A lot of laboratories up to today still think that the product insert is the SOP. The product insert you have in the product is not the SOP. It's a resource material for you to develop your SOP. You need other resource materials to put together and develop your SOP. The SOP of lab A shouldn't be exactly the same like SOP of lab B. It depends on what you are doing. The other speaker talked about scope. It depends on the scope you are operating. Equipment calibration and metrological traceability. It's a crime. I repeat, it's a crime for you to be using an equipment that is not calibrated. Of course, you'll be getting wrong results. And there must be metrological traceability. And this is where the government comes in. Metrology. Addressing the use of reference material for calibration. Equipment maintenance and repair. You must have system in place for maintaining your equipment. Preventive maintenance and routine maintenance. You must have an equipment maintenance program. You don't say any day you remember, oh, this equipment I have not repaired, I have not maintained it for some time now. There must be a program with dates when to maintain your equipment, and you must follow those dates. That is QMS you are doing. Am I communicating? And the date the other equipment was maintained, stick it there or have it written somewhere, so that when an assessor comes, you see this equipment was maintained on this particular date. It will be due on this particular date. Am I communicating? The same thing with reagents. Documented procedure for reception, storage. The same thing you do to reagents, you do to equipment. Just about the same. Now let's, like the standards I've showed you earlier, just picture of those standards. The first one is 17011 for accreditation bodies that we purchased. You can see that is a receipt there from ISO direct in Geneva. You can see issued in the name of Emerging Accreditation Service. You can see the order number and the date of order. So if you go online and you put that number there in the ISO website, our name there will jump out because it was given to us. So anybody that goes now to photocopy this thing, you are just wasting your time. As an assessor, you will come, they will know that this standard is not your own. That is the first thing an assessor will look at. Am I communicating? So that's why I said you need to purchase yours. Now, I told you we have a knowledge transfer unit under the Emergency Acquisition Service. We do a series of training just like we are doing now. We have a full unit responsible for that. Recently, we just did a training. So this is a sample of a certificate issued. At the end of that training, you can see I signed there and the registrar signed there. So we are very particular, intentional about making this training available to colleagues across the nation, because if you don't have this foundation, you can't talk about accreditation. Recently, there was a summit in South Africa the registrar attended, where they developed a framework for quality management system. It was spearheaded by ASLM and African CDC, where all African nations are now compelled to begin to pay attention to quality management system, because we are losing it. People are talking about accreditation, but basically, we don't have that culture of quality management system. I told you in Nigeria, we have the 3 different levels of laboratory health care: the tertiary level, the secondary level, and the primary level. But today, somebody has malaria, he goes to teaching hospital. Why? No referral. So the primary level have died. But rather, you're supposed to be doing malaria at the primary level. Then maybe at the secondary level, you do some other things. Then at tertiary level, it should be referral. So the cases that are supposed to be at primary level are not referred. So the teaching hospitals are overworked. That's why I pity my friend, Dr. Kuti. He discovered that a lot of them, they get tired of seeing patients. They ordinarily, as a consultant, you shouldn't be seeing more than 5 patients in a day, because these are referrals. But you see cases of malaria in teaching hospitals. It shouldn't be the case. But those days, you find these cases at the primary level. But today, because we are not paying attention to those levels of care, you see a lot of persons moving to teaching hospitals. Teaching hospital is like a market. It's exactly where the government comes in again, to pay attention to the primary level of care, to ensure the right personnel are there, the right equipment, to take care of people at that level, so that they don't need to migrate to the center. We shouldn't have the number of teaching hospitals we have. We are even opening more. Meanwhile, the ones we have, we are not maintaining. But we are opening more. So it's supposed to be a referral center for handling cases that you can't handle at this other lower level of care. Am I communicating? We are now coasting home. These are some of the pictures we took when we are doing assessments or doing trainings. Some of you, maybe you see yourself there, I don't know. You can see the Navy. We went to assess the Navy reference hospitals, laboratory. Then you can see the registrar in the middle there issuing accreditation certificates under American Accreditation Service to a private laboratory in Owerri, the Link Medical Laboratory. And that's the registrar giving certificate of accreditation to Lightbridge Laboratory in Abuja. This is an independent advisory committee meeting going on. You can see the Professor Tomori sitting there as the chairman on the left-hand side, myself, the registrar, Professor Abolaho, and everybody in that committee. You can see by the one on the right, you see the Technical Committee on Accreditation, headed by a very renowned medical laboratory scientist, Mr. Manasseh Rubainu is the chairman. You have Emmanuel Ojo, you have myself, the registrar. You can see A.K. Ofuche and the rest of them, Technical Committee on Accreditation. Thank you very much. So we are there to entertain questions. We take them down and answer at the same time. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Please give him.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, me, I'm having a good time. I'm learning, and I am just archiving it. I have a program.
Okay.
Forget about everything is in my brain. Okay, so before we go into the panelist discussion, I just want everybody, DJ, give me some little, some
body. Everybody stand up. I know this AC is really serious because let's stand up, stand up. And let's do something. So, no, not this kind of song. You want them to sleep. Stretch your body, stretch your hand, stretch your hand. Okay, your hands on your shoulder and like this. Okay. Forward movement. Should we follow the music step? I don't know how to dance. Okay, let's go. Left, right. Let's go now. Left, right. Okay, your hands on your shoulder. Please shake it off. Forward movement. Okay, backward movement. Okay, your hand across. The other one. Do the other one. Stretch it forward. Just try to walk the cold out of your body. Walk it out. Okay, we can have our seat. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to be introducing a colleague of mine. She will be the one to anchor the panel discussion. Juliet Okoli. Please, a round of applause for my colleague.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very sure that today has been a very wonderful day. We've had so many discussions, reflections, inspirations actually, because we've been thinking about all our speakers has been saying. I hope you can see me. I can climb. All right. Okay, so during the DG's presentation, this.
I'll just hold it. Okay, cool. Just hold it. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so it was talking about, it was breaking down the clauses in the ISO 15189. And I know organization requirement is there, management, leadership, quality policy and all that. And ISN, if we are not ISO certified, we won't be preaching quality. So because, we won't be preaching quality, because we understand the importance of quality, of standard, of requirement, we are here to serve you. And quality is very, very important to our business. And we value our customers and the life of the patient we serve. ISN Product Nigeria Limited runs a quality management system which provides a framework for measuring and improving our performance. As the leading supplier of medical diagnostic products, we can all agree to that. We are committed to providing best-in-class products and services that meet or exceed the expectations of our customers. And it's our Bible. We live it, we eat it. And this thing says, quality cannot be spelled without you. So you, me, everyone here is all about quality. And if you remove that letter U, it will be complete. So we'll go right into this section. We have our panelists. They are experienced quality management specialists or professionals, let me say that. We have Mr. Friday Odu. He became a ISN Medical Lab Scientist of the Year Award 2021, and is a medical lab scientist. He's a team lead biomedical engineering, biomedical instrumentation unit, Sebaland, South Africa. Please let's welcome him to the stage. Thank you. And he's also an excellent writer. He's a freelance writer also. So if you need any content for him, he has the big brains. Thank you. Yeah, so we want to welcome Dr. Kuti. Dr. Kuti is the Chief Medical Officer, SynLab Nigeria. He's a specialist in laboratory medicine with a distinct quality management mindset developed over years of involvement in the use of international health with expanded for the purposes of establishing and managing quality management systems. So please, you're welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we want to also welcome Mr. James Ocheko. I know most of us know him as AE. Mr. James AE, yeah. He's the Quality Assurance Manager for Evercare Hospital, Lekki. He has 14 years of expertise in laboratory quality management. He was actually my former boss. So everything that I learned about quality management, that's the man there. Yeah, so he's so vast in laboratory quality management systems, validation and quality control, monitoring systems and designs, and he was in charge of getting the accreditation for PACK Nigeria, now called SynLab Nigeria. And so he wants to mention the story of SynLab or PACK getting ISO accredited. That is the man you're seeing there. So please, you're welcome, Mr. James. And I want to welcome Mr. Bengal Kayode. He's the laboratory manager, ABC Medical Foundation. He's an active medical laboratory scientist from the University of Calabar and the lab manager. And he was also in charge of obtaining their ISO 15189 for ABC Medical Foundation. Please, we welcome you. Yeah.
So yes,
this is how it's going to go. To be more or less like an interactive section. We'll ask questions. Then you answer them. Then, if we know we have other questions, so we can just pen it down. Then we'll discuss better. So I'll just start with Friday, as I call you first. So many healthcare professionals wonder, why can't we just do things as we deem right? Why must we invest in QMS? Why?
let me just give you this mic here.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. QMS is a very important aspect of the medical laboratory science practice globally. And one thing that scares a lot of people is most organizations, they say to have a return on investment, the cost of investing on QMS. Meeting this ISO means that your organization has the technical competence requirements and the management system requirements to ensure that you consistently give out results that are technically valid, and not just results that are valid, results that are precisely accurate, that can be used for diagnostics purpose. So quality, again, some people say, what do I have to gain by investing in quality? If we look at the cost of quality, if we look at the model that was suggested by Ahmad, he said he split the cost of quality into four. He said there's what we call the prevention cost, the appraisal cost, the internal failure cost, and the external failure cost. So when you look at all these costs, you know that generally it is accepted that the cost of prevention is less compared to when you have to fix an issue. So many people think, why quality? Why do I have to invest in quality? Number one, it's saving you cost in the long run. It's saving you cost in the long run, because when there's an issue, especially when the issue has gotten to the client, it will cost you more to take care of the issue than investing in quality to be able to give out results that are accurate and valid, that can be useful for patient diagnosis. So even the Harvard School came out with they did a study that came out with the finding that companies that invested in ISO, they have a higher rate of survival. If you can bring that to the Nigerian setting and look at all the companies that have invested in ISO, companies that are ISO certified, you see that they're actually doing well. And then they have higher patronage, and then there's less wastage, and they have increased employment, and then you discover in the long run, it pays to have quality in your system. Thank you very much.
So, just to add to what he has beautifully said, so I think one way to look at it is to look at costs related to quality and talk of costs of obtaining quality and cost of not having quality. The cost of obtaining quality, I mean, that's what a lot of us tend to focus on. Oh, I'm going to get accreditation, I'm going to fly from Abuja, I'm going to pay for all this, I'm going to get all this. But the cost of non-conformance, I think, was very well illustrated by the case that the N9's DG illustrated. That's a huge cost of non-conformance. So why should we invest in quality? Because we want to avoid stories like that. I think that's a good message. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Case in point, everybody has a personal story when it comes to cost of poor quality. I'm sure you've heard one story from your friends, even your sister, your brother, how one wrong result has led to either death or probably amputating somebody's leg, or even opening somebody up and doing a surgery even without even planning for it. So it is very, very important that we understand these languages very well. Yeah, so to Mr. Benga, ISO 15189 is rapidly emerging as a true global standard for quality in medical laboratories, yet this standard continues to inspire confusion and debate over its meanings and requirements. And laboratories generally, they struggle over implementation of this standard. Can you help us? We know we've been breaking it down since the beginning of this section, summit, but can you just give us like more tips to help us break this down and simplify it? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will start from the fact that you said this bringing rancor or confusions and some people and debate over it. So why confusion, if I'm to ask? Or because the knowledge gap is there. So many persons, they don't even have the knowledge of QMS. They hear about, so many persons hear about QMS quite all right. But once they hear about it, QMS is too bulky, it's ambiguous to us, we cannot achieve it, without even ready to learn about it. Once they learn it, knowledge is light. When you are in the light, you will know your way around. But if you are in the dark, you just be beating around the bush, you will not even know how to go about things. So knowledge is very, very important. And like what we have here now, we are learning about QMS. I know so many persons that have not even heard about it. And this is just the tip of the iceberg as far as QMS is concerned. There are lots to it. Each element of QMS. So once we are ready to learn that, then the confusion will not be there. Now, if you want to debate, you will debate rationally. If you want to debate about it, that okay, this one is this one is that. Now, coming to how to break it down for us to simplify it. Before now, I've been seeing it as 12 elements, and today they just broke it down for us. There's not even 12 any longer, it's just 2. Management requirements and technical requirements. So the management, you should know what to do. Okay, this is what is expected of us from the management angle of it. Management should not leave it to the technical that is meant for them. I can remember when we wanted to get our ISO accreditation, so we thought we were doing the best. There's no need for us to do accreditation. My facility, we had the opportunity because of the founder, the status of the founder, so we have a lot of people overseas coming around to do the assessment and things like that. And by the time they go outside there and they are coming back, they are giving reports that most of your result is very good. When I went to Canada, the exact thing you people gave me. So we thought we are this all. until we put in for KMS. The first assessment, the first internal audit they did for us, we didn't even get 1 star. That was when we knew that we still have a very long way to go. It's not only about us. From the technical aspect of it, we were having, from our equipment, we had 5 star from the equipment alone, because ISN they really put us on the stand as far as that aspect is concerned. But from the management angle of it, they were lacking behind. Until when we got to the entire system, they knew that okay, they too they had to sit up to their expectations, what is expected of them, and from there we were able to achieve that. So from the aspect of, to break it down, management and the technical aspect of it, the two sides, once they handle their part, their responsibility well, the rest is simple.
Thank you. Mr. James, do you have anything to say?
Yeah. Thank you very much for that insight. The only contribution I want to make is from 2 angles. One, you said, is the ISO 15189 standard is a rapidly emerging. I think it has been in existence from all the presentations we've had today for more than 20 years now. I think we are just waking up to that realization in this part of the world. We've been sleeping on things that are important. But good enough is better to ever start, to rather start late than never. If you look at the Jamshire et al. Presentation they had in 2009, that was what brought about the WHO managed 5-star tier system. You find that over 95% of accredited laboratories at that time were from the southern part of Africa, where they have come to appreciate the standard first within Africa. And that was where the WHO felt like, let's have the should I say, technically, should I say, disadvantaged states like African countries, because we're really, really lagging behind. So the 5-star tier system was actually to help prepare you to get up to 95% or greater, where you can apply formally for ISO. It's actually a technical document enshrouded in a legal matrix. So sometimes you might need somebody to mentor you. I see sometimes we click on some things on our phone or laptops and it comes out with terms and conditions. We just accept all. How many of us take the pain to read or to through those things? We just accept and proceed. But by the time you get to ISO, you can't just click and proceed. When it comes to the time for it, you really reflect that you are deficient. So you need somebody to guide us. We had that privilege of actually partnering. Permit me to say, most of this development, we've not really developed our system, so we had to depend on external sources. And for now that this knowledge is coming into the system, I think we can really build on this foundation and arrive at where we intend to be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on, Dr. Kuti. To ensure the quality of results, there are procedures and review criteria that should be established and carried out by authorized personnel in the laboratory. After review, what methods would ensure that results are reported accurately and clearly before release?
Could you say the question again, please?
So I said, to ensure the quality of results, there are procedures and review criteria that should be established and carried out by authorized personnel in the laboratory. After review, what methods would ensure that results are reported accurately and clearly before release?
All right, so we're talking about the post-examination phase now. All right, so interesting, when the DG was speaking, he talked about 2 events after the examination phase. There's a post-examination phase and then the post-examination phase. Now, the post-examination phase is something that I think we have not really focused on a lot. But like he said, there is no part of that cycle that you ignore that doesn't cause some peril or some danger to the patient. Now, what's the post-examination phase about? The post-examination phase is about the result is ready, all right? You've gone through your QC, everything, all that, you checked all that, and the result is ready to go out. In fact, the result then goes out. How is that result incorporated in the care of the patient? All right, because you can get all the, you can run, you can run glucose in a 5-star, not even 5-star, an accredited lab, all right? If the doctor makes a wrong decision for the patient, all the benefit of quality is lost.
Of course.
All right? So post-post admission is about focusing on the integration of that result in the care of the patient. Now, what does the lab have to do with that? It has to do with that in the sense of there's a way to also package our results. Okay, so it's not every test that is like you look at the reference range and then say, well, normal or abnormal. All right? There are some results that needs to be presented in a different format so that the doctor can understand how to use it appropriately. So that is beyond just accreditation now. It's about integrating the results into the care of the patient. It's about how we package our results, how we interact with our clinicians to ensure that the quality we have achieved in the lab actually benefits the patient at the end of the day.
Okay, so yeah, thank you. Friday, if you want to say anything.
Okay, just to add, in most places, I think a system should also be in place to ensure that not the persons who enter the result or carry out the test is the person signing off the result. That's to ensure that there's a second check and verification before the result goes out. So it is expected that that structure be in place so that there's a second verification before the result finally goes out to the client.
Do you have anything to say, Mr. James?
Yeah.
Mr. Minga.
I think you've addressed two major points here. That's somebody checking the first set stage of review, the appended and released, so that we don't have to tell a sorry story.
So do you have anything to add?
Yes, I just want to add this to it. So with what they've said so far, apart from the result being reported by the person that ran the test, also should be verified and likewise authorized. Okay. So those three stages, they are very important. If not, there may be danger at the end. So
Thank you, Mr. Benga. Just a case in point, my days in the lab actually, we had one of the scientists ran PTT, and there's one of the abnormal results that when you get to that point, you don't release it, you wait for a pathologist to verify. And this scientist went ahead to release that report. It was one of the board of directors, I think the chairman then, so she came and started shouting and said, called Mr. James and said, who released this report? Why did we release this report and all that? We had to start investigating. Do you understand? So how did this come about? Because there's a policy, there's a process, there's a SOP. Once you get to this number, I think it's 120 or something, once you get to that level, pen it, wait for a pathologist to look at it, review it, check the history of the patient, then decide if you want to rerun the sample, like collect the sample again and rerun, or release the report. So we had to take off the verification status of that scientist. She was a senior scientist actually. We took it off first, that we are not allowed to release any result until we decide. Then had to check, recollect that sample, run it again, at least, and also beg the customer, the patient, because the patient was already angry because we delayed releasing that report already and said, okay, don't use this report here, let's give you another one. It was a serious process. It was not a day thing because we took our time to look at all QC of the day, EQA, everything, just to solve that problem. And to add to what the panelists have said, to also ensure accuracy of your results, the EQA is also very important. So as a lab, you should have that proficiency testing running, because it tells you that you are doing well as compared to every other person in the world and globally. Yeah. So I'll push this to both Mr. James and Dr. Kuti. As a member of an organization committed to attaining the highest quality standard, management of human capital is essential to the effective and smooth operation of the organization. Please take us through the requirement for outsourcing, training, and managing the best human capital to enable them effectively contribute their quota towards the continued growth, improvement, and success of the organization. Do you understand the question?
Okay. I think the presentations today have already highlighted the importance of laboratory as an integral unit of the hospital system, or giving a result to a doctor where it's interfaced with different disciplines. Like the representative of the Medical Lab Council that made a presentation, he said he gets angry when he gets to a place and it's a one-man system. You can't be the one doing everything, directing everything. So when it comes to employment, sometimes you might need to outsource or depend on other units. And if you don't draw up your requirements according to the standard, then whoever they find or whoever they deem that should fit into that position will be imposed on you, and you're going to run into problems. So it needs to be made clear from the onset. Number one, you must have a document that shows the qualifications of the people you want to employ into every position. There should be a document that states for each of these job functions in the lab, we need so and so qualification, which by training the person has attained the certificate, has gotten relevant exposure, trainings and skill to perform those tasks. Then the next step after engaging the fellow, then there must be sort of orientation. We're talking about bringing the person on board. You need the person to go around and see what his workspace is, what is the work requirement. Then there should be some sort of induction, enlightening the person on what the quality management system of that facility is all about. The person may be coming from another experienced facility, but if you want to speak the same language, having the same consistency, then there must be a formal module of training that brings everybody to the same stage. That's why he talked about an example of UBA. You'll be sent to an institution for about this period of time for you to be able to be brought up to speed on their culture. You need that in your organization. Yes, not every organization can afford a 3 months training period, but you must structure it out. If it's going to be a week of intense induction, then make sure you maximize that period before you begin to assign the person to bench mentoring. If your organization can afford or accommodate the 1 month, I think draw up a structure where the fellow can be taken through safety, quality, ethics, let the person be conversant. Then you begin to draw up, how do I get to measure the competence of this fellow? The standard mentions ways of assessing competence. Sometimes it's not the big things, they are the little things. You can just be at the back, just observe the fellow, perform certain procedure, and you know whether the person is compliant. Do a retrospective audit, check back and look at the end result that fellow is generating over a period of time. You know whether that person is performing well. But it all talks about supervision. Somebody needs to be supervised. You don't just dump somebody on the bench. I've given him or her the SOP, he should start running. Don't ever expect. We know what our academic system in the nation is now. You can't just hand over that to somebody without adequate supervision. So the onus also lies on you as the manager or the supervisor to ensure that you really put an eye on this, to ensure that the fellow is able to perform the task well without supervision before you grant the person certain level of authority or access. That measures the competence. Then there must be a sort of appraiser system. You go back after the person is not just competent once and now declared competence for the rest of his life. That is why there are needs for training and retraining where gaps are found. Where there are non-conformances picked, you need to go back and look where did this gap come from, where did this fault come from, how do we shove up the quality management so that there will be no loophole. So there will be need for appraiser. The person may be doing well for the past 2 years and something might just have gone wrong in that person's personal life emotionally, and just see a person begin to make errors that he or she never made in time past. So there is need for constant appraisal. Then there will also be the need of continual education. Or the CPD, don't just look at it that they have all been trained. Sometimes pick up a topic, throw it open. It may be online, maybe real time. Conferences like this are things that actually build people's understanding. As I sat there were things I was jotting down because I was seeing it from different perspectives. Nobody knows it all. And just know that once you're in this, it's a collaborative function for every unit.
Thank you. Dr. Kuti, do you have anything to say?
Well, what else would I add?
Yeah, I said it all.
I think I wanted to just emphasize a few points. One, orientation is different from training. All right, two different things, two different focus. The focus is different. So the orientation is about introducing the person to the culture of the organization. All right, so that's fairly a general thing that everybody comes to the organization will need to have. Training is about ensuring that the person has the skills to perform the task you have employed him to do in your organization. So for every role in the organization, it's important that we identify what are the skills that this person needs to have to function in this role. Those skills must be clearly spelled out. And competency is about ensuring that the person then has the skills to function at a level that we desire. Of course, the issue of then assessing competency periodically is important because, like I said, one's competence is not always competent. So training is about ensuring that, because somebody comes from, you could have been Ruchi, for example, you could have been using an Abbott machine where you're working from. You're now working in a place where they use a Roche machine. You know, you need to be trained. So maybe I've been a super specialist on the Abbott, but then you're a novice on the Roche, you know. So that's what training is about. And then the skills, the exact tasks you are being required to perform in that organization, the skills to use them will be sure that you have those skills. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kotsi. Yeah, this is to ask everyone actually, so I just want to hear your own points and opinions. We are all aware of all the issues of quality control in our laboratories, and the fact that results from different labs on the same specimen would show very divergent results. So we understand that when you send a particular sample to one lab, you see a different result. Then you send the same sample to another lab, you see another result. So how can we bridge this gap? I know we've been preaching this morning, but let us preach it again. So how can we bridge this gap so that everybody here in all the labs should have similar results? You want to start, Frankie? Or Mr. Binga?
Yeah. All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
So first of all, the laboratory, do we do EQA?
Okay.
So we need to check that. If we are doing EQA, the other laboratory too, I didn't do EQA. So what's the report of the EQA from this laboratory and this other laboratory? Are we undergoing the same EQA? Because at times, internal control alone, our internal quality control samples alone, we can have bias.
Of course.
By the time we subject it to EQA, that's when we'll know whether we are really generating good results. It will not be that, after all, I'm using Cobas, Roach, and the control from Roach also is always passing. I might not need to, and we will just base our result only on that. No, let's practice that also. By the time we practice that external quality assurance program, do we practice it? If you cannot do that of international, MLSCN is organizing one, so we can put in for that. Let's try and practice that. From there, we can really assess ourselves, our result that is coming from us. So we'll be so sure that, okay, this other laboratory too, if they are really passing their EQA or PT and other, so with that we can really bridge the gap of having
Divergent results.
that the different results from different labs.
Friday.
Let me see before my other comes.
Friday. Now hold this one. Yeah,
Okay. I just want to come from the point of reliability of lab test result. Reliability stems from two parameters, I will so say: accuracy and precision. Your EQA provides you the accuracy check. It tells you how well or how close you are to the targeted value, while your day-to-day internal running control actually measures your precision, the ability of the instrument to repeatedly give the same result. So you could be having good precision and out of accuracy. That is why you need to complement the two. Every analytical system, if you draw a graph of precision to accuracy, one on the y-axis, on the other on the x-axis, you will see that there are two possibilities: low precision, low accuracy; low precision, high accuracy; high accuracy, low precision; and high accuracy, high precision. Every lab should strive to be in the upper outer quadrant, but because of use, reagent stability, power issue, personnel, stability of the instrument, the analytical system deviates from one quadrant to the other, not because you want to. And that is why you need to have a good understanding and complementary of the two QCs. The one other thing which most of the time we take our eyes off, that result in variation in test result between laboratories, the aspect of validation. How fit for purpose is that instrument? We just buy an equipment and we believe that all of them will generate the same result to meet every equipment doesn't have the same reference interval. If you get into the IFU for each instrument and for each instrumental, it tells you the range, the measuring range. Some are narrower, and it tells you what are the acceptable normal result for certain population. And take note, in Nigeria, we're still struggling to get our national reference range, published. We're still using that of the Caucasian. So whatever they gave us as their normal range is what we are still using in most of our system. So don't expect results sent to 10 different labs to all be the same thing. There need to be unification from that standpoint of view before you begin to drill down in your accuracy check and precision checks. With that, I think we'll be able to eliminate the huge variations in our systems.
Friday.
All right. So,
okay. Thank you very much. There's a whole lot, just like they've said, there's a whole lot to quality control, and your QC may be fine, but you are not actually fine. That's where you need to do a review of your QC. You have your assigned mean, and then you have your plus or minus 1 SD, plus or minus 2 SD, and some places may accept plus or minus 3 SD. There's a need for you to review your LJ graph. By default, you should plot your LJ graph regularly as you run your control. So you do a review of your LJ graph. Some persons may be running on a bias, maybe on a negative bias. The QC is fine, but you're on a negative bias. You review your LJ graph to look out for trend, shift, and bias. Now, your analyzer or the reagent onboard stability might have expired, and there's a downward trend or an upward trend. How will you be able to detect that? You can only do that when you are able to review your LJ graph using the Westgard rules. Some analyzers, thank God, some analyzers have that built in their system, and you can also set that up to in your own analyzer. Some analyzer will give you permission to do that. So that will also help you to do your internal quality check. And then we have inter-laboratory and intra-laboratory. Maybe you have a sister lab, you can do a split sample sent to the other lab and compare and see how how you are. Then you can also do mean comparison of your QC, maybe last week mean compare with this week, or last month compare with this week. So there's a whole lot to quality check, and by the time you do all of that, you discover that the result you are giving out will be consistently valid. Then, with regards to variation of results from different labs, another thing we need to look at is the reference range with regards to the instruments they are using. For example, maybe Cobra's EU411, the T4 range may be higher compared to maybe Beckman Coulter and S2. So depending on what analyzer is being used, the reference ranges could vary. Thank you very much.
This is a very common question that, or a common issue rather, that we constantly have to deal with in the labs. Somebody does a test in one lab and then goes to another lab and then gets a different result, and then they're up in arms, they want to fight, and you say give me a bad result. But I think we can look at it in two perspectives. So you have you can have qualitative results and you can have quantitative results. So qualitative results are the ones that say yes or no, and the quantitative results are the ones that give you a particular number. So for the qualitative results, what you notice is that some of the systems that have been put in place from the managing patient point of view is the fact that you get a qualitative result that says, let's say for example HIV now. You don't treat somebody because of one positive HIV test results. Because you know that every measurement system, the reality is that every measurement system has an error. I mean, whether be it in Mars or Jupiter or Earth, every measurement system has an error. They will say determined is 99.999% sensitive. That means there's still that margin of error, all right? So, and it may be just the patient that comes to see you that has that, So there's always every measurement system has that. So if somebody to understand that when you're dealing with the qualitative results, because of that margin of error, you usually will require that before you commence treatment or before you take an action on a qualitative result, you may want to use some other method. So for example, HIV, again, to give you an example, before you treat, you say determine positive. Before you decide that this person is HIV positive, you should do a Unigold. And that HCV, if somebody has HCV reactive, before you start treating for HCV, let's do another method. So qualitative results tend to have that kind of protection because of errors that could arise. So I say that because there's a patient that there was a legal document I got recently about this kind of thing that, we went to lab A positive, we went to lab B negative, you guys gave us the wrong result. We had to explain that, look, that's just the way things are. For quantitative results, just like it's been said, there's the issue of bias. Every instrument has a bias. I mean, a bias is fairly constant for an instrument. So an instrument A has a positive bias, is always, that means it naturally reports a value higher than the true value. Instrument B has a negative bias. That means it constantly reports a value lower than the true result. So take for example, now let me give an example of hemoglobin A1C for example. Hemoglobin A1C used to diagnose diabetes, to monitor diabetes people. So you have a system that has a bias of 0.5%, small, all right, really clinically insignificant. You can do it, live with that. But instrument A has a positive bias of 0.5%. Instrument B has a bias of negative 0.5%. So you run in lab A today, you get 6. You run the true value is 6.5. You run in lab A today, you get 6. You run in lab B, you get 7. That's the 1% difference. It becomes significant. So it's not about any of the labs being bad. It's just because the intrinsic bias of those labs is on the two sides of the true value. So, and bias is only one component of error in the lab. You see, they add precision, they add all that. So there are differences that could occur in laboratory measurements, not because the instruments are bad, but because of the error specifications that characterize those two instruments that are used in different labs. So the general advice is that if you want to monitor the patient with a result over a period of time, it's best stick to one lab. All right, stick to one lab that uses one instrument. Don't move. Don't say I did PCB this place today, I got 10. I did that place to get 13. Oh, the PCB is increasing. There may be no difference. All right. Or the other person, I got 13 here, I got 7 here, oh, let me go and transfuse. There may be no difference. So it's about, once you want to manage a patient, stick to one lab and use those labs for consecutive measurements so you can be sure that you're not treating differences in laboratories on the patients. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Just to add to what he said, and that is why validation of the instrument is very important. when you purchase an instrument, you need to validate that instrument to ensure that it's going to give you the right result. So when issues of biases come out, you're going to accept that result based on your validation. Do you understand? Yeah, so moving forward. And also lead us to documentation, because tomorrow when you are fighting that this result, I got 7 here and I got 13 here, you have a documentation to back it up that we've done our analysis, we've done our validation. Do you understand? So this is why we're accepting these results in conjunction with the EQAs and the QCs and every other activities that goes on in the lab. Yeah. So this is to Mr. Gbenga, then any other person that want to add. Controlling of documents and records is an area which we consistently find to be the most difficult to achieve in laboratories, especially in areas where we find different versions of the same document being used by different members of our teams or organization. Individuals or teams struggle to trace or find documents and templates to use, or even record of results. Help us gain insights into how documents and records can be more efficiently managed in the laboratory.
Thank you. So when we are talking about documents and records in the laboratory, first of all, the documents how do we generate your documents? So the documents that are generated, you control them. In controlling them, that means you assign them to each unit. They have the control number, they are paginated, you issue it to the department or the unit that is needed to be issued it to. The one that is supposed to be in the flare should not be the same document should not be in the laboratory. So in order not to cause confusion. The one that is supposed to be in chemical pathology unit, you should not find it in microbiology unit. So, and that one can only be done right from when you are controlling your documents. So if the documents are not well controlled, that's when you have this issue that we are talking about here. So you find it so cumbersome that you are now running a task to find document. Okay, this one should be here. This one, I'm looking for the one to your logs. Sample log should not be in the lab. So what sample log do in the laboratory? So are you collecting sample in the lab? So it should be in the flare. So when they are well stated, when they are well controlled, when they are well numbered, so you right from there, you will have known that, okay, this document, this is where it belongs. This document, this is where it belongs. So there will be no problem when you do that. But when you are not orderly, or when you don't control your document, that's why you find it flying all around. And the other time when the director from LSA was talking, he said, if you don't need a particular document, it should not be found. If it is obsolete, remove it. So if you are no longer, if you have revised them, if you have reviewed them, so remove them from shelf, archive them. So then you will not have issue about problem in getting one document that is meant for a particular department or the other. So in that regard, control your document. Document control is the key anyway. So you go about it. Why this one, this is the way the place it should be. This one, this is where it should be. This one should not be here. So you do that right from that. That's the quality we are talking about. So if the document is not well arranged, that one is error, is prone to error.
Okay, let me go on. The aspect of document control, it looks like one small part of the ISO standard, but it's another very sensitive and critical part that even in various audits I've seen that it has been a major source of non-conformities in time past. As the MLCN director stated, the world is going electronic. The more electronic your system, the less issues you would likely have. If you are still dealing with papers and papers, it's difficult to deal with people. You send email, you You move like a town crier, announce in the lab, please remove all this obsolete version. Have you heard me? Everybody say, I've heard you. You go into the drawers, you see revision 4 when you are dealing with revision 9. It's difficult dealing with humans. So the best thing is to have things electronic. You need to have a shared driver server. Just get an IT person. They will be able to create a SharePoint where your documents are uploaded. And once it's uploaded, not more than one person, and possibly as a backup, a second person who is like an assistant, have control of uploading. I've seen systems where, because individuals have SOP on their system or have SOP in their email, when an auditor comes and a question is asked, they'll quickly go there, edit it. It's a very wrong practice. That means you are shady. You have double standards. You will always run into different versions. How can you say you have revision 1 and I'm seeing revision 1 in 7 different formats with 7 different employees? You must have a central system where possibly it's PDF'd or only one person have access right to edit and to upload. The others can only read and print. And the moment you are taking in an obsolete version of the system, it's archived somewhere, maybe in an old server where no other person have access to. There are certain things on my own that are on my own folder. And if I don't check it in, you won't see it. That's how we've designed it in my system. So until I check it in, you don't have access to it. So by that, we have precluded individuals who are not supposed to have access to obsolete version from seeing it. If not, 2 people will be using different standards. It's all about IT. You just have to integrate and embrace IT if you want to make a success in this part. Yes, there's this still the aspect of a spot check. Even though you still have IT controls, some people will still, I don't want the system to fail me, so I'll print 100 copies and keep in my drawer. Especially the flaps, the technicians. And you get there, you find that a new version of a template has been uploaded, and there's still this old version, still because people just want the easy way out of things. You need to not lose personal touch of what you are inspecting. I think with that, you'll be able to have some degree of control. It may not be 100%, but I can assure you, it will give you a lot more leverage than just running a papered style system.
So, just to buttress some of the points. So, the concept of document control is about ensuring that only the most current documents are available for use in any place where you intend to use it. And that's important because imagine, the reason why you would change a document is because you noted a deficiency. So you noted a deficiency, you then updated the document to correct a gap. So if somebody is now using the previous document, that means the organization or the activity is still liable to fall into that trap. That's why document control is important, because it enables you to make changes and ensure that those changes then become generally applicable and protect you from any mistake that you identify. So document control is about ensuring that gaps that have been identified are permanently closed to all staff. Thank you.
Basically, he has said what I wanted to say. Technology has solved most of the problem with regards to cumbersome documents and how to find what and where to find what. So once you make all your documents e-copies, grant access to specific people, and it should be your QA department should take charge of that, and then there's also necessary physical check that must be done. The appraisal course, you must check physically, routinely, to be able to deal with obsolete documents.
Thank you very much, panelists. Please, we also need to, if you have questions, can you just pen it down so we can ask our questions also. And this will be the last question, and it's going to Mr. Benga. I know your lab recently got accredited, right? What was it? How has it been? How has it been? Yes. Yes, what's the experience like? Just let us know.
All right. Yes, to us, before now we were quality inclined, but ever since we've been on board, yes, it's a new phase actually. It's because most of the things that we force management to do, they know their responsibility now. They know what to do. So without us forcing them to do that. And before now, it was QMS that made us to know that we need to be doing management review. So with that, it has really helped us. So for us to know that staff suggestion is very important. So it has made us to know that feedback from the customers is very, very important. So not that we just be running things. And so the feedback from them also is very, very important. So, and it has made us to improve on so many things. Yeah, it has really helped us to improve on so many things. And that's
all about maintenances and all those laboratory practices.
Yes, but anyway, the maintenance of the equipment, that one we were doing that. You know, I made mention of that we even before we venture into accreditation, ISN has really helped us a lot in that aspect. The technical training, we used to have training often and often from them, and they would just be giving us certificate. We never knew that certificate will be they'll be used to eventually when they now. So when the auditors, when they came around and they were requesting for it, you know, it was so easy for us. So some of the things that the management, they didn't even bother to ask us to put in our files. So they requested for those things and we easily gave it to them that we have this. So from us now, and you know, one thing about management and the employees is just that they always play this game, they play game. So they always want to do that. But in this case now, they don't have anything to blame us about. So everything most of the things, they are from their side, but from our own side. So we were good to go. So, and everything has been wonderful ever since. And yes, but they now saw the reason for training, continual assessment. Yes, they now see reasons for that. Before now, if we're having something of this nature, I'm telling you, for them to release somebody like me, being the laboratory manager at times, they will be telling me one-on-one reasons I should not leave the premises. But now, they now see reasons for that and for other people to like, okay, we need to conduct this for them, and it has been wonderful.
Okay, thank you. Then on the closing, and a round of applause for me, please. Thank you. Yeah, on the closing note, what is that one practical piece of advice you give a lab looking to becoming ISO accredited? So the floor is yours.
Okay. I also took pain to look at the ISO standard. It's not a lot about accreditation. You see, many a times we sometimes lose focus of the main thing. If you look at one of the clauses, one of the statements under the introductory note, it said this standard needs to be employed to ensure that you are complying with the acceptable international standards. Not just because you want to get an accreditation. Yes, when you have the accreditation, it's a confirmation that you have made the requirement and you have been legally given that license. However, you may say your organization is not ready for accreditation now. Please get the copy of the standard, whether the international or the Nigerianized one, and begin to put certain things in place. It's for your development as a scientist. It begins to open your scope to what's obtainable outside. And for those who will have opportunity of, as we always say, jackpotting, when you find yourself there, you find that these are the basic requirements there. It's the startup. It's not something out of the blues. We see accreditation as something, this is a special lab. It's a requirement to even start. So when you find yourself there, don't be lost altogether. There's an opportunity you have to develop yourself. And I assure Nigerians, I tell you, we are not dull. If you have opportunity to attend conferences, trainings, you find that we have the knowledge. But God will help those that are funding the cases for us, and they will succeed so that things will be right in this nation. Thank you.
Well, so I would say that, one has to look at quality from, at least particularly in the healthcare sector, as a desire to attain a degree of service that satisfies the needs of our users. So someone interested in quality, you're saying that I am interested in providing a level of service that meets the expectations of the people that use my service. So if you are interested in your consumer, if you're interested in your customer, if you're interested in your patients, if you're interested in your doctors getting a level of service that constantly and consistently satisfies them, meets the expectations, then QMS is the way for you. So it's about being customer focused on the user of the laboratory to ensure that its expectations are met and delivered by the laboratory. Thank you.
Okay. Just to add to all that have been said, there's need for transfer of knowledge. I want to plead with all my colleagues, medical lab scientists in the house. You go to some facilities, you find out that there's just this one person that knows everything. If he's not there, things don't go right. So there's need for transfer of knowledge. I like to quote my manuals very well. When I'm talking to my team, I say, according to QMAN, this. What does the manual say? Sometimes I mandate them, go and read this manual. I tell them the manual number, go and read it. So there's this need for transfer of knowledge. Don't be the only one that has this QMS knowledge all to yourself. Transfer knowledge to the younger ones, and we will achieve this quality management system we're talking about. Thank you very much.
All right, so, yes, to add to what they've said so far, QMS is, I would say, is openness. There's no secrecy when it comes to QMS. Yes, it will really, if you are hiding anything, QMS will expose it. So if you know that you are not hiding anything, do QMS.
Sorry, I just, you guys wowed us that I said, let me take mic and thank you for the very good work done. In all the presentation, your speeches, you show that you are actually the technical hands. The technical hands. When some of us that know so much about theory speak, you know the difference. You've shown you on the bench. In all the conversation, I just need to remind all of you and all of you here that because you're coming from that technical part, there's one big piece that you always forget. And the last speaker tried to finger it. And that piece is the fact that there is this assumption, this is the way we do it, I know it, I'll do it, I'll do that. These things must be captured with policies and procedure, just in case you're not there tomorrow. Everything you talked about, document control, no matter how perfect you have it, and there is no policy and procedure lying somewhere. The day they look for you, Shegun or Angela, you're not there. That is lost forever. So please, all the fine things we've discussed and shared with each other, if you think your lab do not have them as a policy and a procedure kept, then you don't have it. So I just needed to remind you that part. And then another one that you need to know about, and I think people think is a joke, by 2025, if you have a lab and you're not accredited, if government is serious about their policy, you're supposed to shut down. go and look for National Quality Policy and read. It's approved by Federal Executive Council and it's being implemented. Your minister has a seat on that implementation. Okay, that's all I needed to communicate.
For all our panelists. Okay, so it's time for question and answer. Okay, I expect that some people would have written down their questions. If you have your questions, my ushers will go around to take those questions. But if you know that you want to take your question direct, we have our panelists, we have our speakers to answer. So if you have any questions, you can either pass it to the ushers or you request for the microphone. I am sure that there should be a lot of questions because there's been great exposition and knowledge that has been shared here. I expect a lot of questions coming. Question. Wow.
Sorry, please, before you answer their own question, may I have one question? And it's to the DG and to MLSCN too. I want, especially MLSCN, not even the DG of Niners. I want us to ask, can the friendly discussion between MLSCN and NAFDAC, can it be resolved? I don't know, but because you can. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that question. Yes, it can be resolved. And that's why I said it's not a conflict. We are both of the Federal Ministry of Health. That friendly conversation can be resolved. And I bet you it will be resolved. Like as I said, that document, that gazette, that official gazette on IVD regulation in Nigeria is very specific. If you read that gazette, you see that the MLSN is the sole authority for regulating IVDs in Nigeria. But in this nation, you don't rely so much on, I won't say we don't rely so much on our laws. That's just the system. So we still need a political solution. We still need a political solution. And that's the reason why you're asking that question. Yeah. Because we have had this gazette since last year. This conversation is still ongoing. It's continuous. But until we resolve as a nation to make that direct policy statement to say, let A do A and let B do B, we'll just continue the conversation and pretending as if all is well. There's what we call the trade hub. In that trade hub, MLS is supposed to be in that trade hub, where you find SON, you find NAFDAC, you find CBN. That is the issue. We need to be in that trade hub, and we may also need to be at the ports of entry. So these are we have done all the trainings. The customs is also part of this trade hub. They have come to MLSC and even hosted a mast at our Lagos office, done all the trainings. Since over 2 years, the conversation, even CBN have given the nod, but you see, the political solution is still missing. And that's why this kind of conversation is good. I love the fact that the press, they are here. They're expanding the conversation. And very soon, the stakeholders will start asking questions. Because at the heart of this conversation are people like ISN, who will be making double payments. NAFDAC will demand for registration. MLSC and statutorily will demand for their registration. Who is bearing the brunt? The importers. So, and that's why, as a matter of urgency, we need to resolve this because people are losing revenue. So, I said a friendly conversation, and I emphasize a friendly conversation because it should not be seen as quarreling. It's like you and your brother, the same father, the same mother. Why should they be quarreling? So, it is not quarrel. It is friendly conversation. We will find a way around it. And for me, I call it political solution. And it will happen very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Like saying that goes when two elephants are in the grass.
That's so fast.
So we are the ones actually suffering.
Okay, the first question is, you mentioned that different equipment have different reference ranges. You know yourself, you that you mentioned it. You mentioned that different equipment have different reference ranges, and that is one of the ways bias would come in. But is there no acceptable limit to the differences? I mean, ideally, the difference in the ranges is not supposed to be much. That's the question. Mike.
Let me just respond to that, and I will allow Dr. Kuti help me out. I've been trained using particularly one set of equipment, like quota. So when we began to venture into other equipment, and I found myself in a new place, and there were more equipment, that's where I began to see that the reference interval given by the manufacturer of specific instrument differs. That's why we understand that they really differ. Now, it shouldn't play a major part if we have a national reference range for individuals. But as it is, I don't think one has gone live in Nigeria yet. It's still at the discretions of the doctors, the pathologists. Maybe from data they have had over the time, or what they have adopted from somewhere else, or maybe some experiments that were done on a much smaller scale, but not up to the national reference range project. While we're waiting to achieve that, so that we will just say this is what is acceptable in our system, if you check some instruments, some analytes or parameter, you find that some of them, it tells you that it's normal from 14 to 50. You check on that instrument, it tells you that it's normal from 7 to 20. And that's why it's not really too good to have two variant instruments resulting in your own lab. You may just be shooting yourself on your foot. And as the doctor initially advised, it's better the patient or the referring doctor sticks to one particular lab so that you know you are having comparison issue, monitoring issue resolved between comparing with one system rather than different systems. But I will hand over to Dr. Kuti to bail me out in that regard.
So I think we should also, so when you talk about analyzing the lab, there are different kinds of analysis. You have things that are put.
Hello. Okay, so you have different kind of analytes in the lab. So you have something like creatinine, for example. Creatinine is a fairly simple molecule. All right, you can develop the uric acid or your create some enzymatic method to measure it. Then you have analytes like PSA, for example, a protein. A protein is a much more complex molecule. All right, and if you now say you want to measure a protein and you develop an immunoassay to detect that protein. Now, the kind of antibody I'm going to use in my immunoassay system is going to be different from the kind of antibody is going to use in his own system. My antibody may detect the head of PSA. His antibody may detect the knee of PSA. PSA may have two knees. It may have one head. So in that regard, our ability to identify PSA in a particular sample will differ. So that's why our reference ranges would have small differences, just because our detection methods are different. Now, what people have tried to do for something like hemoglobin A1C, creatinine, is that you try to then standardize. Let me get a particular preparation and send to all laboratories and say, this particular preparation is 1 milligram per DL PSA. Everybody, your instrument must measure that like that. But for proteins, it's difficult to develop because you might even find that in the human body, there's complex PSA, there's a free PSA, so there are also variations in kind of PSA that even exist in the system. So in that regard, it's really tough to say all instruments will have the same reference intervals. But for some analytes, like creatinine, like hemoglobin 1C, where things are fairly more structured, standardization was easier to achieve. Those ones, the reference ranges across board will be the same. For sodium, for potassium, it will be the same. Most, very, very close, if there's any difference at all. But for things like proteins, it's a bit more tricky to say, let's have the same references. But because our methodology of detection is really just different from the manufacturer.
Okay, just to add to it, so with regards to that variation, different instruments have different recovery rates for different analytes. So while instrument A may have a higher recovery rate, instrument B may not have as much recovery rate as that. That's why even in the EQA program, you have the instrument comparison and the method comparison. So dependent on the method that was used for analysis for that particular test, and then the instrument that was used as well for that test, you can come up. That's why it's always good, for instance, if I have two instruments that is running the same test for my organization, if I am reporting from instrument A, I should capture the reference range of instrument A. And if I'm reporting for instrument B, I should capture the reference range from instrument B. That way, if you look at your result, if 9.0 for free T4 in Cobas is saying it's low, and Beckman-Coulter SS2 is telling me it is normal, if I give you a result from Beckman-Coulter, I should tell you that this is the range for Beckman-Coulter, so that you don't have a false alarming that, oh, the last one I did using Cobas or using so instrument, this particular value was low, and now I'm having this for this instrument and you are telling me it is high. So that way, until we are able to standardize our reference rate, just like he has said, that difference needs to be specified to help the clinician and the patient understand the results that is being given. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I believe the person that asked the question has received very good answers. I did an inter-laboratory comparison for FBC with two different ISO 15189 accelerated labs, the accredited labs. The results from the two different labs were so different, the gaps were so much, but our results talked with one, I didn't get this. Our result talked with one of the lab, tallied. But our result tallied with one of the labs. What should be the next step? Should I take it? Should I take this again? You understand? So when comparing results between labs, different labs, there are a whole lot of factors that you need to consider. Number one, the integrity of the sample. The same sample you ran in your place, the integrity before it got to the other lab, is it the same? Then analyte stability. If you're on recast, for example, recast EQA for full blood count, you will discover that it doesn't cover differentials. Why? Because it's not stable, and then the difference, stability of differentials is not that stable. So again, sample transportation. So there are a whole lot of factors that could account for that difference. So before you say there's a significant difference, that's why the whole process of sample processing needs to be properly taken care of, from the pre-analytical to the post-analytical. Sample should be transported in the right temperature, the right sample container, and all of that. So if actually everything is kept constant and all parameters, quality checks are being done, there shouldn't be that much of a variation.
I think it's important to also define what constitutes a significant difference in the two results from the two labs. So because there are two labs, they will give different results. All right. So it's a function of what is the difference significantly different, such that you are making a different clinical decision based on result from this lab and result from that lab. So that's one thing to clarify. The difference in the two results, is it really clinical significant? Because you would expect differences anyway.
Yes, to add to what they've said so far, are the three laboratories, are they using the same equipment? That's another thing we need to also consider, because even EQA, before they compare you with people that are using the same equipment, with people that are using the same methods. So those are the things they consider before they compare your result and put it out for you. So if we want to stick to one, see to it whether you are using the same method, whether you are using the same equipment. So before you just justify.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, in order not to waste time, if a question is not directed to any speaker, I will take only 2 responses, maximum of 2 responses. But this question is directed to Mr. Ophelia Donald. Why is the e-license taking so long? Some people have uploaded their documents since March and have not gotten any response.
Thank you so much for that question. I know I've been expecting that question since. The gospel truth is that we just newly acquired a state-of-the-art equipment for rolling out licenses. And this state-of-the-art equipment can actually roll out more than 100 licenses in a day, unlike before when we do some of this thing manually. So I will tell you, yes, pass through the rigors of doing that now. From next year, once you have uploaded, in fact, by February, you get your license, once you are paid. So it will just automatically roll out your license because we have your data. Like as I said earlier, we need to migrate from this manual thing to ICT. That is exactly what is happening now. A lot of people have this information, but you see them moving from Kaduna to Council, from Lagos, just to upload your information. You know, I did mine even as a staff 2 years ago. So I didn't have to do that this year. January this year, I just had my license because already my data is there, saved. Am I communicating? So it's important that we all do this now. But people, I don't know, because of ICT, they are not able to upload. Once you do that, it doesn't take 2 weeks to get your license wherever you are. So please bear with us, but do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we have another question from the audience.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lamia. I'm a medical lab scientist from Outreach Hospital Group. I want to appreciate the organizer of the program, as well as thank the speakers and the presenters. So my question is simple. Over the time, we've been hearing quality control, quality assurance, IQC, EQC. So I really want to know the difference between quality assurance and quality control. Thank you. With illustrations, if possible.
Who is going for this?
The with illustration is with emphasis. It's also good to have an understanding of what quality concept means. When you talk about quality control, you're actually talking of a material that you use to validate an analytical process. A quality control is a physical substance, something you can relate with, something that gives you a degree of assurance that whatever I'm passing through my analytical system, the outcome is reliable. For instance, I put a weighing scale here and I say get onto that weighing scale, and you step on it and you show 105 kg. You will not believe the outcome because you have an expectation. You are comparing the result you are seeing with a known value you think or which you are sure your body mass is. So quality control is a substance with a known value which you are running through the system to validate that that system is in the right analytical mode of, stage to generate an accurate result. For the fact that an instrument generates a result doesn't mean that it's correct. Even if you run ordinary water through the machine, I'm sure it will not give you 0. It will give you a figure. But how true is that result? That's why you need a control material. Doctor.
Let me try to help. Okay. From the way I understand. All right. So, from the word quality control, control is like before I send it out, you can stop it. All right. So you're running quality control, just like has been said, it's not every result that is released. So control is something that you do to determine whether the results should go out at all. So like you said, you're measuring a quality control specimen, you check the value. If you don't like the value, the results don't go out. So you control it. All right? Quality assurance is about things you do to assure yourself that the results will be good. So it goes beyond the analytical phase now. It goes to things you do in the pre-analytical phase, in the post-analytical phase, to give you assurance that what all these things I'm doing will give me a good product at the end of the day. So it's not like you don't take a decision at the level of quality assurance. Quality control is what stops it from going. Quality assurance are general things you do. You write your SOPs, you train your staff and all that. Those are things you do to assure yourself that your process will deliver a good result. I hope I'm clear.
2 responses. Okay, we have another question.
Good afternoon. Mine is not really a question. I am Okola Onsho Olanka by name, and I'm here to represent Council in terms of observing the program, the CPD program. Good afternoon, sir. I'm greeting my boss here, and with his permission, I'm going to just add a little thing to the answers from the first 2 questions. Then I want to take time to appreciate the panelists. In fact, they've given us a very, very good conversation and discussion as to what quality management system is. And with me here, I even jotted some things which I'm seriously going to take back to the system at MLSA. I really appreciate you, the panelists. My addition is this. On the first 2 questions of having 2 different equipments with different reference ranges, what is the way forward? And then as well as running a single test, I think FBC, in about 3 different laboratories with 3 different results. On the first one, yes, our panelists have discouraged us from using more than 1 equipment, which is very correct and very true, to avoid this type of disparities. But during the course of audit will tell us that, audit will ask us if we have alternative system, should in case, backup system, should in case our primary system fails. And it has a point, actually, I think about 2 points to that question. So what I'm basically saying is, audit is telling you that you cannot avoid having 2 equipment. But the way forward is, you run a single test on these 2 equipments, the results generated, you subject it to statistical analysis. You have the coefficient of variations as well as correlation studies. If the test is a quantitative test. Now, if you do these 2 statistical analyses, the accepted value for the coefficient of variation is between 10 and 30, though between 20 and 30 is somewhat discouraged for some people. For some auditors, they will discourage you from 20 to 30%. But if you have between 10 to 20% of CV, what this means is that you can use either of the system. If the first one fails, the second one can be used. So, but if you have something of this nature to show, if your system after CV is showing something above 30, that's a very bad correlation. It means you cannot use that system. But if it's within 10 to 30, 29, you can use it. It's a very good one. Another thing is to do correlation studies on the result. You do correlation studies, we have either negative or positive correlation of close to 1, that is -1 or +1. If the 2 of them shows a negative correlations, you do a scatter plot, a graph, and you say that you have a straight line correlation, whether negative or positive. What it means is that you can still use the stool system. So there are a lot of situations where you may just have a correlation of about 0.5, either negative or positive. What this means is that if you have correlation of 0.5, your first equipment is giving you a particular value. It means for you to use the second equipment, you will add 0.5 to the result generated by that second equipment. And that means it will be giving you exact value as the first system. This is the advantage of these statistical packages. Like the test of 3 different full block counts. Full block counts, I believe, are in percentage, that's quantitative. So if you subject these results you have to correlation studies, you have either negative or positive correlations of maybe +1 or -1. If it's within that range, it means that yes, you are seeing disparity in the values, but it means that the two of them is still acceptable. That is what I'm just trying to add. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we are really out of time. I'll just take 2 more questions, only 1 response. How can a startup laboratory that has very low patient turnout, like average of 5 LVC in a week or 1 EUCR a week, establish a good QC system, considering the cost of controls, especially for hematology, where one has to run about 2 to 3 levels controls? Who's going for this? Quickly, just one response. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. You know, quality, you can adapt quality to suit your own setting. Yes. And provided you don't go against outside what is of the standard. I remember back then when we were in school during our posting in chemistry departments. In the morning, the HOD, we go around and drop sample in each of the benches. Those are samples that have been run before. Only he knows the value of those samples. So you drop it in each of the benches for the scientists to work on. And then at the end, the samples are labeled as normal sample. And then at the end, he retrieves the result and correlates it with the result he had. That's an internal quality control. He didn't have to go and buy a QC material somewhere to use for that purpose. So in your own setting as well. So in some of the analysis, we have 3 levels of quality control. We have low, 1, 2, and 3. So if you can't, maybe in your own facility, you are buoyant enough to use 3. You can go ahead and use the 3. Or you can adapt it because you can do your cost analysis and say, okay, let me use 1 and 3 for my own facilities for this period of time. And then maybe you want to, in fact, this ISO we are saying, I think that's the minimum standard. So you can decide in my facility, instead of running QC twice a day, I'm a 24-hour laboratory. Instead of running QC twice a day, I want to run, in fact, for every run I'm running alongside QC. So you can adapt it to suit your own environment, depending on the amount you have, and then in line with the guidelines that are available. Thank you very much. I think I've been able to.
Thank you so much. So the last question I'll be able to accommodate. It is clear that Nigeria doesn't produce equipment or reagents. How can MLSN help companies like ISN who import these life-saving products reduce cost to save patient lives and provide affordable health care?
To answer. You know, that's why, that is the beautiful thing about this conversation. Government is also hearing. There is something we call waivers. You can have import waivers for some very sensitive equipment. We had it during the COVID, where we needed to bring in equipment from overseas because it's a national emergency. When you have a pandemic, government will have to act. So that conversation will not happen at MLSN level. It will happen maybe at the Federal Executive Council. But it's good that we are expanding this conversation and it will get to the right quarters. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. A round of applause. A sounding applause for everybody. Thank you so much. Okay, at this point in time, we are going to be having the closing remarks, and I'll be calling on our own strategic manager, Chinelo. Oh, sorry, panelists, I'm sorry. You can go back to your seat. Thank you. Let's appreciate them. Okay, so I was introducing our own strategic manager to come up stage. Chinelo Okafo, please, a round of applause for her as she comes for the closing remarks.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for taking out the time from your busy schedule to be here for this summit. We really appreciate you. A special thank you to the panelists and our keynote speakers. We really appreciate the messages, and we got some powerful learnings from this. And it is our hope and our belief that the next time we hold this summit, we'll be celebrating accomplishments that were birthed from learnings at this summit. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, healthcare professionals, we have come to the end of this summit. I wish you a very wonderful weekend, and I'd like to tell you that there's item 7 waiting for you outside. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, just as a reminder, so I'm sure some of you or most of you should have received a pre-test link and a post-test link. Now, these are prerequisites for the CPD points. So you need to please attempt the pre-test, the post-test. Then we are going to be sending an email with the CPD document where you include your RA number. So we have your email address. We're going to send that, and we are hopeful that we're going to have prompt response so we can collate and then make available the CPD documents. All right, thank you so much. Okay, please, I'll be mentioning a few names. We would like to have a brief session outside. Oreg Bemi Patience, Folorunsho Buluwatife, Okoro Asomta, Mabel Eigbonare, Ekun Marcel Root. Anyao. Okay, I think that's all. Okay, thank you. The ushers will direct you for your lunch, so the same way we went for the tea break, we just go in an orderly manner. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful weekend.